creation process, making it much easier to create stunning, high-quality images with just a few clicks. In this section of the course, I will walk you through the basic fundamentals of AI art generation through prompts, including text and image prompts, as well as I'll cover extensively all the parameter functionality available in Midjourney. We will also dive into some of the advanced prompting techniques, which will teach you how to get high-level customization options for the AI art generated. Throughout this section, I'll walk you through my thinking process and workflow as I create art images. This will give you a deeper understanding of how to make the most out of this Midjourney tool and create your own unique and beautiful AI generated art. Moreover, I've added a guidebook specifically on Midjourney as a part of this course, which will provide you a detailed explanation in simple language for topics covered in the course, along with an extensive list of keywords for each subtopic that we cover. This will provide you with further guidance and tools for inspiration when you're creating your own art. Once we have covered the basics of Midjourney in this section, we will then dive into some of the projects that we can work using Midjourney, such as selling our AI art created from Midjourney on Etsy, creating a drawing book and uploading it for selling on Kindle, Amazon, and how to use the power of Midjourney for UI and UX design for creatives and designers. Now what I've opened here is the Midjourney website. So if we talk about how to log into the system and access this tool, the first thing you need to do is you need to go to discord.com and download it based on PC or Mac, whatever you're using. Once you have downloaded Discord and logged into it, then go to the Midjourney website and click on Join Beta. Once you do that, it will take you to your Discord channel and ask you to add yourself in. Now, since I'm already a member, it automatically took me to my Midjourney page. Now over here, you'll see multiple channels and multiple things happening. Don't get overwhelmed. What you need to do is you need to go to the newcomers or newbies room. The newcomers room, either one, 50 or 20 is fine. And here you can start practicing your prompts for free using Midjourney, and you will see a lot of different prompts that different people have created using the algorithm, which can you further use for your own inspiration. So now, just to give you a very basic idea of what this tool is, I need to type /imagine. That's how this starts. Every time we're going to ask Midjourney to create something for us, we are going to ask it to we're first going to type /imagine. I press spacebar and then the prompt part gets added on its own. Now I can say anything. Whatever I write as text is the image that will be created. Let's say I want to create Superman flying over a building. And now this algorithm will then run and create the image for me. So keep in mind, this is my account ID SA5425592, and next to it it's saying waiting to start. Because I'm in the free newbies channel, it will keep hopping around as more inputs are provided. My input position will change and I'll have to scroll up to find it. So here it is and it's loading right now. So here you see this was the prompt that I provided, Superman flying over a building, and the output is here. Now you can see that it created an image in 4 images essentially using the same prompt. In each one of them you see Superman flying across the building, slightly different variations of the same image. Now the next thing I want to cover is the Midjourney library and its subscription plans. So this is one of the most powerful tools out there when it comes to learning Midjourney. I'm at docs.midjourney.com, and here at the bottom you'll see user guide and getting started. So if you go to the user guide, it provides a really nice documentation of all the features that are covered in Midjourney. Essentially, all these things are covered in the course and the guidebook that I've provided, but this is a very good reference point, and I would highly recommend you that apart from the guidebook I provided, you go through the library provided by Midjourney and understand the different things that they have lined up for us on how to use the model. The first thing I want to focus on is the subscription plans, and Midjourney offers different tiers of subscriptions. The first one is the free trial, but the free trial only allows you a limited number of jobs, and after that you won't be able to use much. So therefore I would suggest, if you're going to regularly work with Midjourney, you buy at least the basic plan. And if you think that you will heavily use Midjourney and use a lot of hours, then a standard plan would work as well, depending on what your cost analysis is. Now, as we compare plans, one important thing that I need to tell you is the relaxed GPU hours. So this is something only available in standard and pro plans. So essentially what Midjourney does is it allows you specific GPU time, which essentially means the processing time that you're allowed to use for that algorithm of Midjourney. Now, fast hours are the jobs that are done immediately. And what this means is that if you write a prompt, it will directly go and access the server and run your job and give you the image. Now, in the basic plan, you only get 3.3 hours. And in the standard plan, you get 15 hours. And in the free trial, you only get 0.4 hours for lifetime. So as soon as you ran out of these 0.4 hours, you're done. You will have to upgrade to a basic plan at least. The big advantage of standard plan, and this is why I use standard plan, is it has unlimited relax hours. So what this means is that even if I've utilized all my 15 hours of fast GPU time and I still want to use Midjourney to generate more images, and I don't really care if it's going to be slow, I just want my output to be generated, then I can use the relaxed GPU time and generate more images, as many as I want, because they are unlimited in the standard and pro plan. So that's why, based on how much you're going to use Midjourney, this is around 200 minutes. So if you think 200 minutes won't be enough for your practicing, then maybe start with a standard plan and you can jot down to basic plan if it turns out that you don't need that many hours. Now I want to show you the subscription plans and the fast and relaxed settings, but for that I need to take this image to my private pod. So now let's say you're working on a standard or a pro plan. The first thing you need to do is open this, click these three dots, and from the emojis choose the mail one, the envelope. So it's called the envelope without anything on it, and what it essentially does is that it sends this image to a private direct message between you and Midjourney. So now in my Midjourney bot, I will be able to see this image and the message. So if I go down at the bottom, this is my image and the message. So Superman flying, okay, it takes me up again. Superman flying over the building. This is the job ID. This is the seed number. Now over here, I can click settings, press enter. So I did /set, and now I can switch between fast mode and relax mode. So if I switch to relax mode, it will take more time, but all my images will be generated and there won't be any issues because I have unlimited on the standard plan. The next important thing that we need to understand is what is a prompt in the sense of Midjourney. And it says that it's a short text phrase that Midjourney bot interprets to produce an image. The bot breaks down the words and phrases in a prompt into smaller pieces called tokens that can be compared to its training data and then used to generate an image. So basically what Midjourney does is, when we provide it a text or an image as an input prompt, it breaks it down into smaller fragments or sections of words and phrases, and then which it refers to as tokens. And then based on the data that has been trained on, it uses that to create an image from those tokens. Now let's spend a few minutes and understand the different types and the structures of prompt, basically the anatomy of the prompt itself. So the first and the most basic one is the text prompt. So I can write something here along the lines of Superman flying by the buildings, in which case I provided a text input prompt with a /imagine command, and then the bot does its job in terms of using that phrase to create an image. Now, if we look into more advanced features, and don't be overwhelmed, we'll cover everything in a lot of details in this section. There are three essential components of a prompt. The first is the image prompt, which we can provide as an image URL. We will work with this and provide different image URLs to create unique images out of existing images. The second part is the text prompt, just like the basic text prompt. And then the third part is parameters, which is basically functions or different functionalities that Midjourney provides that allows us to further customize or make our images more relatable to what we have imagined them to be. So by adding these parameters, we give a certain set of conditions to the prompt to Midjourney bot to customize the image in specific unique ways that we're looking for. To give you a very basic example, one of the parameters is stylize, which essentially means how creative do you want the algorithm to be? Do you want it to be a low stylization value, in which case it will try and replicate an image based on exactly what the prompt you have provided? On the other hand, if you assign a very high stylized value, the algo will interpret it as I am allowed to be creative and make my own sense of the prompt and deviate from it to create a very high artistic image full of artistic flair and a lot more composition into it. So three essential features: image prompt, text prompt, parameters. In this section, we'll first cover the power of the text prompts and how just by using basic text prompts, we can create amazing images. Then we'll dive into the parameters section and cover all the different parameters that Midjourney allows us to work with. And lastly, we'll add image URLs into our text prompts and parameters and see how does that impact the output that we are trying to create. Okay, so with that being said, now let's start creating images and going through the different functionalities available in Midjourney. So as always, I'll always start by typing /imagine. I enter a space and then this would pop up on the top and I press enter. Now I can write essentially anything that I want to create. So let's say a family in a Jurassic Park. Something very fantasizing and wild. Let's see what the algorithm creates for us. Now our image is ready, and as you can see, I specifically asked to create a family in a Jurassic Park. So it did a pretty good job that you can see a family in all the images, and then you see Jurassic Park, hints of them being in a Jurassic Park in different ways. Here you see a background of forest, which could be from a Jurassic Park. Here you see a dinosaur in the background. Here they're taking a photo next to a skeleton of a dinosaur, and here too you can see a dinosaur at the back, although they look too happy for someone who has dinosaur on their backs. The next thing I want to cover is these 9 buttons that are available here. So you see from U1 to U4, V1 to V4, and then the redo button. So essentially what Midjourney does is every time you send it a prompt, it creates 4 versions of the same prompt, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it labels the images in a certain specific way that we need to understand. So the first image on the left top is the first one. The second image on the right top is called U2. The third image on the left bottom is U3, and the fourth image on the right bottom is U4. What these U1 to U4 buttons allow you to do is to upscale an image or increase its size by adding, and at the same time while it increases the size, it adds a bit more details and description to the image. So for instance, if I click U1, it's going to increase the size of U1, and version 4 does this instantly right away. So you see your U1 image has been upsized. Now V1 to V4, what these buttons will do are they will create versions of the same images on the grid using the same prompt. So if I click on V1, so because I have the remix mode on, it's asking me if I want to update my prompt before I send it again, which I don't. So I'll just submit the same prompt and it will update it for me. Now let's try with V3. So now what I expect to happen is that in each case of V1 and V3, it will create 4 different versions of the same prompt in both cases. So now you see it's running both the jobs where it's trying to create more versions of that image. So keep in mind, when I did V1, it's creating 4 different versions of the first image. And when I did V3, it's creating 4 different versions of this image on the left bottom corner of the image. So it's using that specific image and creating more versions of it. So this is handy and useful in cases where I say that, okay, I like U1, but I don't really like it. I want a few more changes in it. So you can click on V1 and it will create more versions of it so that you can get a better diversity of the images in the same prompt. So you see here, this is from V1. I clicked on V1, so it's creating versions of the first image, and here it added small changes to the same image. The person has changed here. This is a guy, this is a woman, and here it's a kid. The dinosaur tail is there, it's not here, it's moving too fast here, and it's completely disappeared in the fog. Here it added a small dinosaur head as well. In a similar way, V3, it changed versions of the third image, and you can see small variations in terms of the hair of this boy and the hair of this girl. In the background there are 2 trees here, they disappeared here. This guy is wearing glasses here but not here. So it's creating small slight variations of the same image. The last button that we cover here is the redo button, and what it will do is that it will essentially just create a new grid of the same prompt. So essentially it's running this prompt again. This is the exact re-rolling of Family in a Jurassic Park prompt. So it's re-rolling the exact same prompt all over it. So this is the re-rolled image and it's ready. So now you see what the algorithm did was it created 4 more images using the same prompt. So this is how these 9 buttons can be very helpful for you. The first 4 allows you to upscale an image and add more details in it while it is being upscaled. The re-roll button allows you to run the same prompt again with a click of a button, and V1 to V4 allows you to make more variations of that specific image that you have chosen.
One of the most powerful use cases of Perplexity is when you're doing consumer research or getting consumer insights for your own company or market research for a specific company that you want to work with. Why is that? Because ChatGPT does not have the ability to go through Google reviews or Yelp reviews. You might do it using a GPT builder, which allows you to connect to the internet and then allows you to search Yelp specifically or TripAdvisor specifically. I haven't come across one that directly allows you to go through Google reviews. You can do that actually through Bard, because Bard is a Google's tool. So Google allows it to go through Google reviews and get the data from there. Since Perplexity has access to all the different models, it can optimize the way that it wants to move forward based on the question asked. So now here I'm going to give it a prompt saying, I'm doing consumer research on HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a company that provides pre-cooked subscription plan meals. So you'll receive a box which will have ingredients for a couple of meals, and you can just use them, open the sachets and the packets. You'll have the meat, spices, pastas, everything in there with the handbook of how to cook the recipe, and then you can just go cook in there. So it completely automates your entire grocery shopping, and you get to choose a variety of different products that you want to work with, and it offers a subscription model for this. Based on public reviews, Google, Yelp, etc., create a consumer insights report for this company. And I specifically said I want to know what consumers like, dislike, what is there a room for improvement, and what are we being praised for. And let's see what sort of consumer insights can Perplexity derive from the web search results using different reviews for us in this specific case. And it goes through a bunch of different resources and it comes back with the answer for us. Convenience of having pre-portioned ingredients and recipes delivered, saving time on grocery shopping and meal planning. Like I suggested, this is their main USP that they're selling. Let's look at the dislikes. The churn rate is very high, with only 30% of the customers retained after the first quarter, 70% discounted and leaving within a year. So that's one of the key problems that HelloFresh is facing right now, based on my own research as I was working with Chef and HelloFresh on a consumer insight summary, that most of their customers sign up because they offer a 70% discount. And within the first quarter, the discount ends, so they leave. So you're only left with 30% of the customers. So every month, if they get 10 more customers, after 3 months, they'll only left with 3 out of those 10. So that's one of their biggest pain points. Room for improvement: enhance customer retention by improving the overall customer experience and loyalty. We understand that. Provide more transparency on the environmental impact of meal options to empower customers to make sustainable choice. So that's what it's saying as a room of improvement, because based on our current lifestyles, we're becoming more and more used to having making sustainable choices. So that's what it's trying to say here. What customers praise: ability to personalize meal selections based on individual taste, diets, and budgets. Now, get me bad Google reviews summary for now. What I did was I specifically asked it to go through Google reviews, and not just all reviews, only the bad reviews, to tell me what are the customers complaining about, because this is where I find the pain points that my users are facing as someone who's working at HelloFresh. Although I'm not, I'm role playing, and tells you what are the basic rooms of improvement. And trust me, to produce this summary, there are more than 5,000 reviews. Sorting them, aggregating them, going through them, applying a sentiment analysis to get to this conclusion is an hours and hours of job, with an entire data structure to be set up to be able to do this. I don't even need to copy paste the reviews anymore into an LLM model, but because Perplexity can go through all the Google reviews and get me the answer that I'm looking for. So it comes back, says poor customer service, frequent deliveries, dissatisfaction with the quality and taste of the meals. So one thing to note before I end this lecture: Perplexity did not actually go through Google reviews. It went through a couple of different websites. It couldn't access Google reviews directly, but I've seen it done before. If I tweak my prompts a little bit, I can get it to do that. But it's going through a couple of different websites. It's going through the PISC consumer website, which allows you to access all the bad reviews only. Consumer Reports, Healthline, these looks like very good research institutes or aggregators to provide me with the right analysis that I'm looking for, the genuine. So the reviews are genuine, the aggregation is genuine, and the sentiment analysis is pretty authentic that it came back with, although it doesn't include Google reviews.
The next thing I want to touch base on is /settings command. So you just type slash and then settings, press enter, and this pop-up will open, which will show you the different settings available for you to use from. So the first two rows shows different versions of Midjourney available. Since Midjourney was launched a while back, they have made exponential amount of improvements in the algorithm from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. So now we are working with 5, which is the latest version that I've selected. It does a really good job in terms of creating realistic images. As you see above, these images of human faces look very realistic. 4 does a slightly better job in terms of creating more futuristic or unrealistic images, while the other three versions are, from my perspective, obsolete. 4 and 5 does such a better job in everything that these versions are not used as much. Similarly, Niji mode is a new version that is under test mode for us to play around with, and what it does is it allows you, it has a huge memory of Japanese anime characters. So if you're trying to create cartoonish or anime or comic style images, then you can switch to Niji mode as well. So this is one way of switching between versions. You can just click the version you want to use and that version will be selected, or next to your prompt you can just type this --v space 5 or whatever version you're referring to, and here you will see that happening. It adds --v next to all the prompts that we have done. MJ test is another test version that was released after version 3, but since 4, 5 and Niji does a really good job, MJ test is not that useful anymore. MJ test photo they launched after V3 because they wanted a version that does a better job with human faces, but after 5, MJ test photo is also irrelevant. So I will suggest you stick to 4, 5 and Niji mode for most of the work that you do. I will walk you through the different versions in one of the lectures and show you how they're different and what are the different features. But most of this course will be focused on 5 and 4 at times. The next thing here in this row is the quality of the image. And this is a parameter that is available in Midjourney. We will cover this in a lot more detail in the parameter section. But to give you a basic idea, this basically determines how much processing power are we going to ask Midjourney to put in to create the output image. And the more processing power we do, the better the image would be in terms of the overall composition and description added into the image. At the same time, keep in mind a higher quality means it will take more time, so it will be more time consuming, whereas half quality images will be generated much faster. Stylize is another feature available in Midjourney, which basically allows you to decide how much is the algorithm allowed to deviate from the initial prompt. So let's say if I choose a stylized value of low, my output image will be very close to the prompt that I provided. Whereas if I go with a stylized value of high, I'm basically telling the algorithm to get creative and create unique outlier cases of that prompt in terms of when it's translating it into images. Public mode and stealth mode are two other options available here. Basically, every image that you generate with Midjourney gets uploaded to their server and anybody can access the prompt in the image. If you're on the Pro plan, you have the option to go into stealth mode, in which case you will be able to hide your work from others if that is something you're looking for or working on a project that you don't want to share with others. The remix mode is what allowed us to change the prompt when we upscaled it. So if you remember when I clicked on U1, sorry, yeah, and then I clicked on make variations, this pop-up showed up, which was the remix prompt. This allows us to change anything we want in our existing prompt before we rerun it. If I switch it off, then this option will not be available. Fast mode and relax mode we slightly covered in the subscription part. It basically decides how much GPU speed. Do I want to use a dedicated GPU speed to process my image, or I'm okay with it taking more time? Since you have a limited number of fast mode hours on all the plans, I would suggest you work mostly with the relaxed mode so that you can experiment more, and although it will take more time, but this will allow you to save your fast mode processing for later jobs when you actually want to use it. Last thing here that I can show you is the info command, which basically tells you about your subscription plan and how many hours you have used for the month. It's telling me that my fast time is 200 minutes and I've only used 94 minutes this month, and this is the date my plan is active till. One more thing I can show you here is that if you want to cancel a job, you can click on this cross emoji, which is the X emoji, and what it does is that it will delete the image completely from your Discord as well as the Midjourney server. So it's a small hack for stealth mode. If you don't want to publicize your images, you can just save it on your PC and delete it from the server by using the cross emoji. If I click on any one of these images, it will give me the option to open it in a browser. And what it essentially does is it takes the image and opens it in a new browser for us. So you see here I can see the image with its URL opened up in a new browser. I can save it into my PC now if I want and work further on it. Last thing I want to show you here is the envelope command, and if you use the envelope command on any job that you have already run, it will show you the seed number and the job ID for that specific command. This becomes handy when you want to use the seed parameter, which is another function that we will cover later in the course. One last hack I can show you is that it works pretty well with emojis too. So I can assign an emoji and it will create, let's do dog. So I can use emojis as part of my text prompt as well. And if I run this, it will actually create a photo, I believe, of something close to a dog. So as expected, because I provided a dog emoji as an input prompt, it created a few versions of the dog image for me. So in this way, in this quick lecture, I covered the info command, the settings command, and the use of different emojis and how they can play a role in creating images. From now onwards, in the next section, we're going to dive into the basics of text prompting and how powerful they can be. After that, we'll discuss the parameters and then some of the advanced parameters before we jump into some of the projects that we can create with Midjourney. Now, let's start talking about the most basic component of a prompt, that is a text prompt. By giving text in a prompt, we can provide specific instructions or guidelines for an AI model to follow in order to generate the art that we desire. This can include things like naming an object as simple as an owl, or assigning it verbs and adjectives for defining specific things in the image, such as the style and the lighting in the image. For instance, I can say a vintage owl from the 1880s, or an owl under moonlighting, and many more ways. The AI art outcome will change based on the text we provide to it. By carefully crafting the prompt, we can create art that fits the desired aesthetics we want to generate. The first thing that I want to start with is the use of language. It is important to keep in mind that the language used in the prompt is very important, as the words and phrases can influence the style and tone of the generated image. For example, if a prompt uses negative word tones, it would be translated in the generated image as well. Let's try it with a basic prompt with a positive word and then add a negative word next to it and see how the image changes. So I'm here in my Midjourney bot in Discord. I'll start by typing imagine as always, and then let's create an image of a cute owl. And then I'm going to change this to angry cute owl. So I just added a word with a negative connotation right next to it. And let's see how the two images are different from each other. The images are ready, and as you can see, this is our image of a cute owl which looks very cute like a character from Disney or Pixar movie. And then by just adding a word angry to it, it completely changed the image, and the owl gives a very furious look now in terms of a negative connotation attached to the overall image. So just a small experiment to show you how powerful the text prompts can be by themselves. Now, let's dive into some of the ways we can control our text prompts and customize our image by providing different information about the photograph or the image that we are creating with Midjourney. The first one on the list is lighting. Before we dive into Midjourney, first let's understand what lighting means as a photographer. Light is basically used to illuminate and bring out the features in an image. For instance, we have cinematic shots in movies in black and white light. Blue lighting is used to show nighttime, spotlight to focus attention on a specific object, and glowing lights to make the image look more glowy. Lighting, in context of Midjourney, is intended to evoke a specific mood or atmosphere by providing instruction to Algo on what type of lighting to use. So now let's go to Midjourney and try some of these features out. So I'll start with imagine the same prompt and let's say cute lake by the lighthouse in warm lighting. And then I'll do the exact same prompt, but this time I'll say cold lighting. Or I can say moonlight, which will be close to cold but slightly different, I'm guessing, and maybe the algorithm will add a moon in the photo as well. Another interesting one to try is volumetric lighting. And what volumetric lighting essentially refers to is it's a type of computer graphics technique used to eliminate the way light scatters in a real world environment. It will give you a gaming mode sort of a sense of an image. And just to give a quick overview of this, I've added this prompt guide at the end of this chapter in which you will find a lot of different inspirational examples they can use for different text words. For instance, for lighting, accent lighting, black light, blinding light, candle light, direct sunlight, quantum light. So depending on the type of the image you're trying to create, you can refer to the guidebook and use the effect that works best for you based on what image you have in your head and you're trying to get it out on paper. So our images are ready. Let's start with warm lighting. So as expected, you see there is a little bit of yellow and orange shade here. You can see the sun in the background. Very realistic with version 5. So this was our warm lighting. This is our cold one. So now you see in the cold one, it's of course showing us a night sunset sort of an environment, making it, giving it a more coldish look. The next is moonlighting, which is very similar to cold if you see, and it also added a moon in the top in some of the photos. And the last one is volumetric lighting, which looks like a gaming shot, sort of. It looks pretty natural in some of them, but The idea was to make it look like a gaming shot, and you see how the trees are blurry. It shows that the photo has been taken by capturing a stationary object, and the movement of the light in the scene has been captured. Okay. The next keyword I'm going to focus on is camera options and camera angles. And once again, let's keep Midjourney aside. Let's first understand what this means from the perspective of a photographer. In the context of a photo generation, the camera options can be used to simulate the effects of different type of cameras and lenses in the final output image. For example, a panorama camera which captures a 360 image of the scene. A DSLR will replicate a realistic image as if it's taken from a DSLR camera. Magnification, microscopy, or pinhole lens camera will give you a completely different image as if the photo was taken through the lens of these cameras. Okay, now let's go and give it a try and see how this works out if we give something like this to the algo. So I'll start with a very basic prompt. Let's say imagine, I forgot the slash imagine street, actually let's just do city of Toronto. Okay, and then I'll start assigning camera angles to it from a panorama view camera. DSLR camera. Satellite imagery camera, and see how it turns out. So the first one was City of Toronto, and this is interesting because I didn't define that I want a view of the city. It created logos of the city in 3 photos, and as you can see here, Midjourney is pretty bad with text. So don't rely on it. You'll have to edit it on your own if you're working with logos or stuff that requires adding words on the image. But this one is pretty nice. It shows an image of the city of Toronto as expected. The second one I did was panoramic view, and panoramic view attempts to show a 360 view of a image, and it does a pretty good job. I can see the CN Tower, the tallest building in Toronto here, and it's trying to capture a 360 view of the city. The next one I did was DSLR camera, and this is where it got super realistic. So especially in this photo, I can see a photo taken of Toronto which looks very realistic and does not look like an image generated from an AI art tool. And the last one we tried was satellite imagery, and now you see just by adding the camera how the image has completely changed, and it's showing us a satellite view of Toronto. So in this way you can play around with different camera options and use the ones that best suit your needs. Now in the guidebook as well, you'll find a lot of different examples of camera that you can use. I tried panorama, DSLR, and satellite. Here are a bunch of other options such as bird's eye view, which will show the view from a high angle perspective looking down on the subject. Worm's eye view, style that captures the scene from a low angle perspective. 360 VR, a style that captures the 360 virtual reality image of the scene. Time lapse, high speed. The next thing that we can work with is camera angles. So now what we're talking about is the position of the camera in relation to the subject being photographed, such as eye level, when the object is at my eye level. Or it could be a high angle, where I am looking down at the object. Or it could be the opposite, a low angle, where a photographer sits down to take the photo. It could be front view, rear view, a close-up shot, a full body shot. So now let's go and try some of these out and see how our image changes. So now I'm going to start with a simple prompt of an image of a character or a person. Let's say Snow White. and let's say I assign it a full body shot of Snow White, and then let's do high level, high angle shot of Snow White, and then let's do front close-up shot and see how it changes the output image that is being created. The images are ready, and as you can see here, depending on the angle and the camera shot that I defined, the image outcome completely changed. For the first one I set full body shot, so we see the full body of Cinderella in each one of these photos with slight variations of different types of Snow White in the image. The next one I did was high angle shot, and you can see here that especially in this one that the camera is above the object, so the cameraman is actually above Snow White in taking these photos. The next one I did was a close-up shot, and now you see that the camera has basically zoomed in into the face of Snow White and is taking a very close-up shot of Snow White, although this doesn't look like Snow White, but that's how it interpreted it. And the last one is a low angle shot, and as you can see, now you can see that the cameraman is at a lower elevation versus Snow White, and it's looking up towards the Snow White. So in this way we can play around with camera angles to generate the desired image. A rear view and a front view will also be very beneficial if you want to take the front photo of the Snow White or the back photo of the Snow White. The next thing I want to quickly touch base on is the camera types. So essentially you can further enhance your image by specifying the camera type that you want to use with Midjourney as a reference. So let's say I like Canon EOS 5D Mark V camera. I can mention the camera in the prompt itself with the same image. So let's say low angle shot of Snow White from a, let's say, taken from Canon EOS 5D Mark IV camera. Let's pick another one. So now there are many different cameras, and I've written a small explanation of what this camera is best used for, so that you have an idea of what kind of images you're trying to create. To create a contrast with our previous camera, let's try a Polaroid photo. So same prompt, but this time I'm going to replace this camera with a Polaroid S670, and let's see what images do we get out. So now the images are ready, and the first one is with the Canon EOS 5D Mark V camera, and as you can see, looks like a realistic image, although the Snow White looks like a toy or an animation character, but the image from the camera looks very realistic by itself. And if we want, we can add more to the prompt saying that a realistic photo of Snow White, if that's what we're aiming for. But right now I was trying to show you the impact of the camera. And here you see this looks like an image from a Polaroid. Now this is interesting how the algorithm is interpreting the prompt that we have provided. In this one, it just provided the Polaroid. In this one, it added the Polaroid camera with Snow White. And in these two photos, the Polaroid is still there. So I'm going to slightly tweak the prompt to get a more realistic photo of Snow White from the same camera. So let's say I want a realistic photo of Snow White from a, let's say, taken from Polaroid X770 camera. Let's see if this does the job of creating a real photo of Snow White from a Polaroid camera. So now, as you can see, as I changed my prompt, the image became a lot more what we were looking for. So now you don't see the Polaroid camera in any of the images, plus the Snow White looks very realistic. One small catch here is that maybe the algorithm is treating it as in white snow, and that's why you see a lot of snow in these two photos. So a slightly different interpretation, but it gets us what we want. If I want to further play around with it, I can add Disney Snow White here, and then the algorithm would know what I'm referring to. The next thing that I want to touch base on is artists. So an artist's name can be used as a prompt for an AI image generator by providing the name of a specific artist as input to the algorithm. The AI will then use the style and techniques of that particular artist to generate an image. This can be useful when you want to experiment with different style and techniques without having to learn them all by themselves. For instance, if an artist inputs the name of Van Gogh as a prompt, the AI will use Van Gogh's distinct styles such as thick brushstrokes, bold colors, and use of light and shadow to generate the image. Similarly, if I go with Da Vinci, who had an innovative style of painting characterized by blending colors and tones, strong contrast between light and dark, that will be reflected in the image. Here in the prompt guide, I've provided you a list of different artists with a small brief explanation of what type of paintings they created that can prove as an inspiration for you to use them for your own work. Now, I would want to try a few out to show you how powerful this trick could be. So let's say I create a very basic painting first of a running lion in a grass field. And then I'm going to start assigning different artists to it. So same prompt in Monet style painting, in Da Vinci style painting, in Banksy, which is one of my favorite ones. If you know about it, he's a recent UK phenomena who he cut off his own painting the moment it was sold in an auction to make a impression. Who else can we try? We can go with Van Gogh too, because we all have a basic idea of what Van Gogh's paintings look like. Now what I expect is that each of these prompts that I've provided will use that artist's distinct style to modify the painting and produce something extremely unique that looks like that this artist actually painted it. So now our images are ready. The first one is just the lion running in the grass field without assigning any artist to it, and it looks like a very realistic photo as if taken by a real photographer. I'm still astonished and surprised by how good Midjourney version 5 is in generating real images. The next one we did was Monet. And Monet, if you have an idea, is from the time of Impressionism, characterized by loose brushwork, vivid colors, and emphasis on capturing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere. And you can see that how it commingles the grass and the color of the leaves with the sky, with these a very original perspective and detail to it. The next one is Da Vinci, and as you see here, it looks like a Da Vinci painting. If you're familiar with Mona Lisa or some of his other works, it looks a very realistic perspective of it from a very sort of a dim colors attached to it. It added that dimness by creating a black and white portrait in the first two. The next one is Van Gogh, and Van Gogh is known for his specific brush strokes. If you have seen his paintings, these are the kind of brush strokes and the sky that it portrays, and it's doing a pretty good job in showing that. The next is Picasso, and that's huge brush strokes. That's what Picasso is known. So these are big brush strokes, and you can see that impact here. The next one is Banksy, and Banksy uses minimalism, very basic things, and very basic color combinations, and that's very apparent in these photos. The next thing I want to quickly cover here while we're talking about artist is that I can also refer to a painting to do the same job. So for instance, let's say Starry Nights style painting of a running lion in a grass field. And let's see if it is able to understand and does the job. If you don't know what Starry Night refers to, here's the image. You must have seen it before somewhere of the Starry Night painting by Van Gogh, and it's one of the most beautiful and famous works that he has ever produced. Now, we use this as an input prompt, Starry Night style painting of the same lion, and you see how it changed the overall aesthetics of the image by making it similar to the Starry Night image. And this looks like a really powerful image. If I have to choose one of the images to further work on, I would definitely work with this over the artist image. So just a quick hack to help you understand how different paintings and artists can be used to enhance your image and use their style of painting to basically make your image that you're generating similar to them. Another way that we can modify our input prompts to generate a desirable customized result is by assigning the context of colors. In the context of using color options as a prompt for an AI generator, color refers to the specific hues or shades that can be used to generate an image. Color plays a significant role in visual arts, and it is often used to evoke specific emotions and convey meaning in an image. By using color options, such as a prompt for an AI art generator, artists can experiment different color schemes and explore how different colors can affect the overall mood and meaning of the image. Furthermore, the choice of the color can also affect the perceived mood of the image. For example, bright and bold colors can create a feeling of energy and excitement, while subdued colors can create a feeling of calm and tranquility. By using color options as a prompt, an artist can experiment with different mood and emotions in their images. Additionally, using colors as a prompt can also be useful for those who want to create images that match a specific aesthetic or theme. For example, if I use amber as color in the prompt, it can create a vintage or retro look, whereas neon colors will bring a neonish shades into the image. To summarize, colors, they play a very critical role in art, and by using color options as a prompt for an AI art generator, you can experiment with different color schemes, evoke specific emotions, convey meaning, and create images that match a specific aesthetics or theme that you're looking for. Now let's go and try a few. So I'll start with a very basic prompt of a cute cottage next to a lake. So let's say a cute cottage next to a lake. And then let's start assigning different colors to it. Amber color. I'll put it first here. Amber color image of a cute cottage next to a lake. And then I can change amber by a different color, let's say neon color. Or we can do pastel colors. While the images load, you can see here within the color, I've given you a couple of options. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list and there are so many other things you can try, but this gives you a basic platform of what you can use and gives you ideas for inspiration when you're generating your own image. So this is our first one, a cute cottage next to a lake. And you see, because I did not assign any color to it or any specific customization in the prompt, it created a very realistic image of an actual cottage next to the lake. The next I assigned amber color, and you see it added a vintage or retro sort of a touch by using the shades of yellow and red, giving it orangish theme overall. And the next one I tried was neon, and you see how significant impact of assigning a color to the image here has, that it added neon lights all over the image in different shades. Here it went with the greenish superiority, while here it went with a more magenta and reddish superiority among the neon lights. And the image has completely changed from the one that we have above. Here it's using pastel colors, which is basically the crayon type sort of images that you see, and it gives a completely different look. It actually went and created a cartoonish photo as well because I assigned pastel colors to it, and that's how it got integrated. So in this way, colors can play a vital role in the overall aesthetics and theme of the image that you're trying to produce, a very powerful input within the text prompt of assigning a color. The next thing I want to quickly touch base on is themes and style. In the context of a photo generation, style refers to the ability to apply specific aesthetic or visual theme to the generated image. For example, I can say 1800s, and then what the algorithm will do will try and make the image with a style that is retrospective of something from the 19th century. I can say Caribbean, and it will try and copy the bright and vibrant colors of the Caribbean style. I can say comic book drawing, and that will completely change the image and it will look like as if it's from a comic book. And there are a lot of other examples here that you can use, such as graffiti, writing or drawings made on public walls. So let's go and try a few. So to start with, I'll start with a basic prompt of, let's say, a guitar. And then we'll assign some of the themes that we see in it. 1800s theme style, or graffiti theme. What else can we choose from here? Let's do horror. So it will add a completely different touch, I believe, if I type horror in here. And let's see what the output is this time. The images are ready, and as you see, the first one is the image of a basic simple guitar in different forms, as expected. The next one, we assigned an 1800s theme to it, and you see how the guitar has a vintage look to it. It added a bit of impressions and embroidery on the guitar and drawings, and in this one the guitar itself look old school, and it shows an overall vintage 1800s look in all the photos. The next one we did was graffiti, and now just by assigning a graffiti theme, the image has completely changed. You see graffiti on the guitar, you see guitar placed on a wall with graffiti on it, completely changing the aesthetics by assigning a theme to the same word guitar. And the last one I tried was horror, and now you see how in three of the images it's trying to show a scarier image of the guitar. In the fourth one, it actually added a scary man with a mask to make it more horrific sort of an image. So in this way, by just choosing a theme to assign to the object, you can completely change the type of the image that you're creating. If I choose floral, it would be a completely different image compared to what we have seen in the current examples. The next things I want to touch base on are material, artistic mediums, emotions, and location. To start with material, you can specify materials that can also influence the composition of the image. For example, I can say aluminum, carbon fiber, cardboard, wooden, and it would completely change the output image accordingly. This would work best with architectural images or specific objects. So let's say I start with a basic prompt of Great Wall of China. Actually, I made a mistake in the spelling of China. So let me run this again with the right spelling. And then in the next one, I'm going to do Great Wall of China made of carbon fiber. And then let's do made of wood. And then let's do made of cardboard. And let's see how this impacts the overall image that we're creating in each case. Now our images are ready and let's see what output did we get. So the first one is actually the image of Great Wall of China. Looks like a very realistic image from version 5 of Midjourney. The next one we did was actually the first one is with the wrong spelling of China, but the algorithm was smart enough to understand what I'm asking for and it did produce the image of Great Wall of China. In the next one I said made of carbon fiber and you see it completely changed the brick walls and now the walls are made of carbon fiber actually and made them black. The next one we did was wood and now it has completely changed the composition of the image such that it looks like the Wall of China is made of wood, especially in this one where it keeps the overall structure of Wall of China intact and at the same time add wood on top of it. And the last one we did was cardboard and now it did not change the actual Great Wall of China into a cardboard, but it's showing a model of Great Wall of China made out of cardboard, and that's why you see humans in the photos. In all the 4 photos, we know that it's inside a room. So we know we're working with a model of Great Wall of China and not the actual image of the wall. And that's how the algo interpreted it. It used its own logic and sense to understand that if I'm asking for a cardboard, then it has to be a model and not the actual image. So in this way, there are different interesting things you can try and see how assigning a material can make a huge significant difference on the type of the output that is created. What if I said cellulose wall, Great Wall of China, the output would be completely different. The next thing I want to touch base on is artistic mediums. And in the context of images, the term medium refers to the material or format used to create the image. This can include traditional art media such as canvas, paper, or paint, as well as digital media such as computer screens, printers, or digital files. The medium used can have a significant impact on the look and the feel on the image, as different materials and formats can create different textures and color effects. Now here's a list of different artistic mediums that we can use. Now you might notice that graffiti is repeated, but we're using it in a different sense here. It's a style plus an artistic medium and you can use it in both ways. So I have added in both places. So let's try a few out of these. Let's try mosaic, collage, and watercolor. This time let's work with an animal painting. So let's say imagine cute baby panda. And then let's start playing around. Watercolor painting of cute baby panda. Collage painting of cute baby panda. and then we can do mosaic. Let's try one more, and let's say wood carving painting of cute baby panda. So what I expect here is that the first one will be the cute baby panda painting. Collage essentially means putting in together pieces of cloth or paper or stuff like that to make an image. From there, mosaic will have a similar feature to collage, in which it will be created from fragmented pieces of different objects and arts. Wood carving will actually look like a wood carving of painting of panda, and watercolor painting will have a splash of watercolor on it. So let's see what the bot produces first. So the first one is a basic painting of a cute baby panda. The second one is with watercolors, and it's not visible in all of them, but you can see specifically in this U3 image that you see a sparkle of watercolors around the panda, and the painting is actually made by using watercolors. The third one is collage, and as we expected, this paintings of panda has been created by putting in pieces together of cloth and artwork from different objects and mediums. The third one is mosaic, and that also shows here that it's been created from smaller pieces, like a puzzle has been assembled to create this image. And the last one is wood carving, and here the algorithm treated it as create an image of panda on a wood carving. So that's what it's doing. It's taking a base wood and then carving a panda on top of it. So you see, in this way, by using different artistic mediums, we completely changed the output of the image. If I go with 3D printing, the image would look like it's been rendered from a 3D printer. The next I want to cover is emotions. Now, we tried this a bit, but I want to focus on it again with the owl, that we created a cute owl and then we created a cute angry owl, and the image completely changed. So in this way, we can optimize our image a lot based on different emotions that we want to portray in the image. So let's say I go with the same one that we have here of wood carving painting of panda, and I make it cute, adventurous baby panda, and then I can do crying or pessimistic. Let's do crying baby panda, and let's see how this impacts our image. So you see, as I added adventurous here, it tried creating a more playful image of the panda. In all the images, it looks like it's happy, it's playing, or that sort of a feeling. Whereas when I said crying, the image completely changed and we see a sad crying face of the panda in all the images. The last thing I wanted to touch base on is location. Using different environments can set images apart considerably and set unique aesthetic moods of the final generated output. For example, mountain peak, indoors, underwater, in a forest, or a rooftop. So these are just a few examples that you can use to create more context of where the image was taken, so that there is more customizing option available to you when creating the image. So let's try a few of these and see how does that work. So let's do something more unrealistic. Let's say astronaut sitting on a chair. Underwater, on top of a mountain. What else can we try? Let's do in a lunar colony. In a lunar colony, in a hidden underground bunker. Bunker also sounds funny. So let's try that. So now our images are ready and let's start reviewing them. So the first one is just an astronaut sitting on a chair. It actually added a very realistic face here as well. The next one is underwater, and you see in all four images it's the exact same prompt but with the context of the location, and the image completely changed by actually placing the astronaut underwater. The next one I said was on underwater on top of a mountain. So that was a mistake on my end. I wasn't supposed to write underwater, but you can see how it got reflected. It shows that the astronaut is on the top of a mountain, plus it's sitting on a chair in a lake. The next one what I did was underwater in a lunar colony. So it's trying to show the lunar colony while being underwater, and it added a few objects here to show that. And the last one was underwater in a hidden underground bunker, and that's what it showed here. The bunker is full of water. In some of them there is less water, but you can clearly see that now it's sitting under a bunker. So in this way, by adding a location, we can completely change the context in which the image was taken, and it provides a very good way to customize your image to make it exactly what you were looking for. That's it for the prompt section. In the next section, we're going to start talking about different parameters and functions Midjourney offers us for further customization. The next thing we're going to dive into in this section is understand the different parameters or functions that are provided by Midjourney that we can use to further customize our image. These include concepts such as aspect ratio, quality of the image, stopping an image using the stop parameter, stylizing the image, which basically determines the overall composition and form and how creative we want it to be, the seed parameter, chaos parameter, and the tile parameter. Now, starting with aspect ratio basically is a term that's used to describe the proportional relationship between the width and height of an image, a video, or a display screen. This is a terminology commonly used in different screens. This is something you could have seen when you're buying a monitor or a TV as well. For example, a 4:3 aspect ratio means that the width of the image is 4 units and the height is 3 units. This is a common aspect ratio used in older television screens. A 16:9 aspect ratio is a wider rectangular shape and is commonly used in modern widescreen displays, probably like the one that you're using right now. Aspect ratio is an important consideration when creating or viewing content, as it can affect the overall composition and visual impact of an image or video. Different aspect ratios can also affect how content is displayed on different devices, and that makes a huge difference. Now, some of the common aspect ratios used are 1:1, which means the height and the width will be the same, commonly used in social media platforms such as Instagram and Facebook. 4:3 is the standard aspect ratio for older TV screens, like we discussed. 16:9 is the modern TV screen. 21:19 is the ultra-wide aspect ratio used for computer monitors and cinema screens to provide an immersive viewing experience. 5:4 is a common aspect ratio for computer monitors as well. 3:2 is mainly used in cameras of 35 mm film format. Now let's go to Midjourney, create an image and try different aspect ratios on it. So let's start with the basic prompt. Let's say a muscular robotic futuristic Batman futuristic angry Batman. So I've assigned a couple of different adjectives and adverbs to Batman in this case because I wanted to create a high quality image which has a lot of things happening in it. And let's see what the algorithm produces for us. And now our image is ready as expected. It's showing a robotic, futuristic Batman that looks angry. Now let me assign a specific aspect ratio to the same prompt. So whenever you're working with parameters, what you have to do is type dash dash. So these two dash means that I'm about to use a parameter now. So that's how you signal Midjourney that I'm about to assign a parameter to this image by writing dash dash. And we'll write AR for aspect ratio, leave a space, and let's say 1:1, 1:1. And then I'll use the same prompt, and this time I'll do 3:4, and then lastly I'll generate the same image in 16:9 to show you how different aspect ratios change the overall image. So the images are ready, and as you see, the first one we did 1:1, and this is the default setting for version 5 as well, where the height and the width are exactly the same. The second one we did was 3:4, so I expect my height to be slightly greater than the width of the image. And that's what we see here. If you look at any one of these images, this is our width and this is our height, and you see it shows a mobile sort of a dimension, mobile screen sort of a dimension, where my height is slightly higher than my width. And the last one I tried was 16:9, which essentially means my width to height ratio is 16:9, and that's clearly visible here that the width of this image is much bigger than the height of the image. So now the aspect ratio is important because depending on the type of use of the final output that you're creating, you can adjust the aspect ratio. For instance, if I'm creating an image that would be used in a landscape format for the landing page of the website, I would go with a landscape aspect ratio of 16:9. On the other hand, if I'm creating an image for, let's say, a mobile phone cover for an iPhone, then 3:4 would be a much better aspect ratio in that case because I want to put it up on a mobile phone. Similarly, if I'm generating images for Instagram ads or Facebook post, then I would go with 1:1 because that's what the platform supports. An important thing to note about aspect ratio is that it's not the same thing as resolution. They're two very distinct concepts in the field of digital imaging. While aspect ratio describes the proportional relationship between the width and height of an image, and is typically expressed as a ratio. Resolution, on the other hand, refers to the number of pixels that make up an image or screen, and is typically expressed as the total number of pixels horizontally and vertically, such as 1920 by 1080. Although these concepts are related, but they're very different from each other. Whereas the aspect ratio determines the overall shape and composition of an image or screen, resolution determines the level of detail and clarity of the visual content. So it is important that we understand the difference between the two concepts so that we can properly create and display and manipulate the different images that we're creating here. The next thing I want to cover is quality, for which the parameter to use in Midjourney is dash dash quality or dash dash Q. And quality is essentially responsible for determining the time spent generating an image. So how these images are generated is that we sent a prompt, and then the machine learning algorithm supporting this runs this on a processor and outputs the job. The more time we give to these GPU processors to process the image, the higher quality image it can produce. But it comes as a trade-off. A higher quality image will take more time and will take more GPU power, and therefore it will cost more. Whereas on the other hand, a low quality image will take less GPU power and have a lower cost to it. So if you would have noticed in the prompts that I've been running so far, the quality has been 0.5. And I specifically did this so that the images are rendered faster as I work around with you in generating different prompts. So now I just type / settings and it shows me a row where I can define the quality. So it's half quality, base quality, high quality. I can change the quality from here as well if I want. And let's say I want to run the same prompt as above, but with a different quality setting. So let's say we want to run this, but this time we're going to run it with base quality of 1. And then we can run the same prompt with a quality of 2. Now these two will take considerably more time compared to the one that we generated with half quality, but the overall composition and resolution and the image will be much better because we are assigning more time to the processor, to the GPUs, and processing and creating an image from the prompts that we provided. Now we have created the 3 images using the 3 different qualities, and to review them, this is the first one, which was the lowest quality, still a very good image and has a lot of things happening in it. But if we go forward and we compare it with the next one, you see there are a lot more description and distinctive features added to this image versus the previous one. The size of the different things that has been added to the suit have completely changed, and there is a lot more details that have gone into the image, and the overall quality looks a lot better. And then if we move down to quality 2, this is even better, especially if you see the first one. It looks like a very realistic image, a futuristic realistic image of an angry Batman with a lot of details added in the suit, from the bat symbol to the arms. And in this way, as we keep increasing the quality from half to 1 to 2, you see that the image processing time that the GPU takes is a lot more, and therefore it is able to add more details and descriptions, increasing the overall quality and aesthetics of the image that it produces. The next parameter that I want to touch base on is stop parameter, which we signify by typing in -- stop. And basically, what a stop parameter does to prematurely terminate a job before it's complete, its processing. So let's say we send a command to the GPU to create an image of, let's say, Batman. And then we can tell the GPU, okay, stop at when the command is 80% complete. So it will render an incomplete image for us um, based on when we tell it to stop. So the stop parameter basically allows us to tell the GPU or the processor that, okay, you need to stop at this much percentage of the image. So what happens when using this is that if you stop it at a very early stage, then the image will be blurry and you'll get a less detailed output. But if you stop it at a higher value, then your output will be closer to the actual output image. Now, how does this get useful? So this can be very useful when creating abstract art, where having a sense of incomplete images can be beneficial for us. So let's try something along those lines. Let's say I want to create a abstract gothic wallpaper, and then I will use the same prompt, but this time I'll stop it at 25. So all I did was I did -- stop space 25, and then let's stop it at 50, and then let's stop it as 75, and let's see how the images change based on the time that we have given it to stop. So now let's start reviewing our images. So this is actually the final output that we got for the Gothic art wallpaper. Looks like a pretty decent output. I like the Gothic style of red that it is added in here. And let's see what happened when we started using the stop parameter. So here we asked it to stop at 25, and you see a complete blurry image with no specifics created yet, a very early stop. This is the 100 one, and then let's go to 50. So now in 50 you start seeing that okay, the processor had done 50% of the job, especially in the first two images where the artwork have started showing up in the image. And then when we stopped it at 75, this got pretty close to the output, specifically this one where we see that okay, the image is almost ready now, up to the final mark when it finally created the full image. Another way I can show you this is, let's say I want to create an image of a running horse Banksy style painting portrait, and then I'm going to tell it to stop at, let's say, 80. Forgot one dash here, and let's see what we get this time. What I expect here now is that the first image will of course will be complete. In the second one it will stop right before the ending because I said 80%, stop at 80%, so it will add an abstract touch to it and it will actually look like a nice photo and not something which is incomplete. But let's see what we get with the algorithm. So this is our completed image without the stop, and you see it's showing a Banksy style painting of a portrait actually of a horse running. And now when I stopped at 80%, you see the image is almost complete. It looks like a good image in terms of the overall aesthetics of the image, but at the same time we can see that it's not complete yet, and specifically from this one you can see there are still brushes of stroke that are not complete. It was still processing and figuring out how to create the groundwork and the outline and brushes of the strokes of around the tail and the hairs of the horse, but nonetheless it still looks like a good version of the painting, and that is something that the stop parameter can help you achieve. The next parameter I'm going to cover is the stylize parameter. So to give you a bit of a background, the Midjourney bot has been trained to generate images that prioritize artistic color, composition, and forms. The level of artistic influence on the output can be controlled by adjusting the stylize feature. What it essentially means is that we can decide how much creative we want the algorithm to be. If we give it a lower stylization value, it will result in images which more closely resemble the original prompt but with less artistic flair. On the other hand, if we assign a higher stylized value, it will result in more artistic images, but the connection to the original prompt that we provided will be broken. Now let's try this out by an example. So let's play with something we already have so that we have a base. So let's say artistic, actually let's say Gothic, oh sorry, I removed the imagine part. Gothic wallpaper of a guitar. So I mixed the guitar with the Gothic wallpaper that we did. And now the one thing to keep in mind is that the default value of stylize is 100 and it can accept values between 0 to 1000. So let's say the default one means 100, which means a low stylized value, so the output will resemble very close to the prompt that we have provided. Now let's start changing that and assign a higher value. So let's go with 500, and let's do 750, and then lastly let's do 1000, and see how that impacts the overall aesthetics and composition of the image that will be created. So now our output is ready. This is the first one, an image of a gothic wallpaper of a guitar with a default value of stylize, which defaults to 100. So as expected, it created a guitar with a slightly gothic feel to it in terms of the wallpaper it put it on, and the texture and the embroidery and the print on the guitar itself. The next one is with 500 stylized value, and now you see it's adding more details in terms of the composition and the aesthetics of the guitar. Here you see there are a lot more embroidery or the print that is on the guitar, and here you see a lot more going on in terms of the wallpaper that we have added. The next one we did was 750, and you see there is a considerable increase in the artistic flair that has been added on the guitar and the background once again. And then finally in 1000, it is showing a lot more artistic flair and using and really jotting down to the stylized feature here, that it's adding a lot of different things in the image, and it's creating a very solid base of artistic flair by adding very small components and detail into the image, such as these small notes and the embroidery that has been added over here as well, which how it added an art on the top of the guitar. It gave it a nice background, borderline. So in this way you can use stylized feature to decide how much creative you want the algorithm to be, or to stick to your current prompt. The next feature that I want to touch base on is chaos, which is dash dash chaos or dash dash C. And this parameter essentially controls the level of variation in initial image grids produced by the Midjourney algorithm. So what that means is if you assign a high chaos value, the more unusual and unexpected results will be displayed. But if you assign a lower chaos value, then it won't deviate from the initial prompt, and the image grades are only going to be slightly varied each time a job is run, resulting in a reliable and repeatable outcome. So if you're looking for ways that you can create the same image or the same framework or the basics of an image over and over again, you're going to use a low chaos value. But if you want your image grids to be completely different, and you want them to show and you want the algorithm to show its creativity and go completely out of the way, then you use a higher chaos value. And then when you regenerate the images using the same prompt, the image grids that will be generated will be completely different from each other. So the chaos parameter can accept values between 0 to 100. By default, it's set to 0. To better explain you the idea of chaos, I ran a few prompts with a cat and a jug. So that was my initial text prompt, and that's all I ran. So first I ran it with a low chaos value, and here you see in all three image grids that I created with that parameter, it sticks to the main context of the image, although it changes the composition and the cat a lot. But you, in each one of them, you see a cat and a jug, a cat and a jug, a different type of jug and a different type of cat, but mostly cat and a jug. This is the only one where it slightly deviates and combines the two, but overall the framework and the objects in the image remain the same. Now I started a medium chaos. So I assigned a 50 value of chaos. And now you see a lot of variations between these images. So here it put a milk jug and the cat in a glass. Here the cat is really smaller than the jug. Here there's a cat plus a cat in the jug as well. Over here it looks like the cat is viewing its mirror image inside the jug with waves there as well. Now here it becomes a statue of the cat and sort of a catish sort of a thing in the jug as well. Here it's more basic where it's just the jug and the cat, but the variation in the jug has changed a lot. Now let's go to a higher chaos value. Now here this is where it gets interesting. So you see how, for example, this image, it's completely different. The jug and the cat are the same object. It's looked like the cat's face is inside the jug. Here it created two images side by side. One is just an ordinary cat. Here there's the cat's face inside the jug. This one looks like the cat is part of the jug. So you see, by assigning different chaos values, you can essentially decide how much variation you're looking for between your images or the image grids that you're producing. And that is essentially what chaos can help you achieve. The last parameter in this section that I would want to cover is seed. And basically what the seed is when Midjourney creates an image, it's assigned a seed value to that process. So as Midjourney is capable of generating stunning images by utilizing a unique method of producing visual noise or randomness. This process begins by using a seed number to generate a field of noise or randomness, which is then used to initiate the image creation process. These seed numbers are generated randomly for each image, and they can also be explicitly specified using the seed parameter. So for instance, what this is saying is that when the algorithm wants to create an image, first it assigns it a random value in a number, and that's the noise factor or the randomness factor that the algorithm will use to create the image. And then basically the seed parameter allows us to pick out that random value of the seed that was assigned to that specific image and then use it to produce further images. So let's try this out for version 5 and version 4 and see how that works. So let's say I say create an image with watercolor painting of a tiger -- seed value of 123, and then I'm going to run the exact same command again in V5 and let's see what the difference is between the two, if any. So now our images are ready, and as you see, because I assigned the same seed value on both the images, they are exactly the same images. So because the random noise factor that was used in creating these images, essentially the seed number, was the same, version 5 produced the exact same image over and over again. So now let's try the same thing but with a different version to see how the algorithm reacts in that case. So I would go with watercolor painting of a tiger, but this time I'll do it with --v4. So by --v4 I am basically telling the algorithm that okay, use version 4 of Midjourney to generate this image, and then I'll do it again. Okay, actually I forgot to type imagine before it. --v4, and then let's do the exact same prompt again to see if there's a difference now. And then just to experiment with, let's do it with version 3 as well. And this way we will also get to compare the different versions of Midjourney. So the outputs are ready, and let's see how the images are different or similar. So with V4, the images are very similar. It's actually the identically say the same image. With V5, the images change. So now you see that although I assigned the same seed parameter, the output images are slightly different now. Here you see the body of the tiger without the first face in U1, but in U1 it's just the face of the tiger. Similarly in U2 the image has completely changed. So in this way, as you see, different versions of Midjourney I work with the seed parameter differently, whereas in version 1.2.3 the seed parameter will cause the image to change, and it won't be identically the same, but the overall composition and the medium and the aesthetics of the base image will remain the same. But in version 4 and 5 the entire image will completely be identical if you use the same seed number. The last feature we can cover in the parameters section is the tile feature. And basically the tile parameter can produce images that are suitable for creating seamless patterns for fabrics, wallpapers, and textures. The resulting image is a tile that can be used repeatedly without noticeable seams or borders in a visually cohesive and continuous pattern. Let's try this out. So let's do wallpaper art of pink flowers and petals dash dash tile, and let's see what the algo creates for us. Now our output is ready, and as you can see, Midjourney has created 4 variations of the image of a wallpaper art of pink flower and petals in tile feature. So essentially what it means is that these can be used as wallpaper or screen desktops displays, in terms that it will show a complete pattern if we put them side by side, the same image side by side. So to show that in an actual perspective, I upscaled the first one, which was U1, and then I'm using this pychung.com checker tool, which essentially creates a tile feature based on the defined width of the tile. And now you see, if I increase it, this is one image. And now as I'm making it a tile feature, you see there are no breaks or anything that can tell me that this is not one pattern. So basically what the algorithm did in this case, what created a seamless pattern that can be put up in a tile feature. And this could be useful, and this is something we'll work on one of our projects, where we'll create a wallpaper art that we can sell on Etsy. With that being said, this brings us to the end of the parameter section. In the next section, we will start covering how to use image URLs and text and image weights to further enhance and customize the images and use a base image by giving it a URL. In this section on advanced parameters, we're going to cover a couple of more things. First, we're going to look into how to add images into our prompt. Second, we learn how to work with image weights to help the algorithm determine how much significance the image holds versus the text prompt provided. The third thing we'll do is start working with text weights. And then we'll figure out what the remix and the blend features are. Now to start working with images, the first thing we need to do is to create an image URL, because the only way we can feed an image into Midjourney's bot in Discord is by providing an image URL. So one way of doing that is, if I have an image saved on my Mac or PC, I can just open the image and upload it here. For instance, let's say I pick this image that I downloaded from Pixabay for free, and I'm just going to press enter and it will be uploaded. Once the image is uploaded, I can click on it and open it in browser. And that will generate a link to the image for me that I can copy. So here's my image link that I got from my browser, and if I press enter, it's going to open, or it should open, the same image. Okay, perfect. So now let's say imagine, and we just provide the link and see what the algorithm does. Okay, it doesn't. So that's what it says. With only a single image prompt, please another image prompt or a text prompt. So as we are working with V5 and V4, they will not accept just an image as an input parameter. You will have to assign something else next to it too, or another image. So let's say in Wonder Woman, as Wonder Woman, and let's see what it does. While it loads, I can show you another way of getting the image. So here I'm at unsplash.com and it's a free image. When you're working with images, please make sure that there are no copyright issues and you're only using the images that are available to you. Um, so licensing and copywriting is very important when working with AI tools. If you use an image that is not free and free to use, and you create an AI image on top of it, then you might be run into licensing issues and copyright issues. So make sure any image that you use as a prompt is available and there are no licensing issues. Now for this specific image, I clicked on it and I can say open it in a new tab, and then it will give me an image URL. And I can take this to my prompt, to my Discord, and enter here, and it will show me the image here. So in this way, I was able to load an image without actually downloading it. Just a small hack that I wanted to show you while our Wonder Woman image is loaded. Now let's use this one and try something too. So we do image in a superhero costume, and let's see what happens this time. So now our images are ready, and this was the first image that we used as an input prompt and said make it a Wonder Woman. And you see how powerful the algorithm is, that it took the image and then added some flair and aesthetics to make it look like she's Wonder Woman. I can tell by the costume, the crown, the makeup, and the overall look of it that it indeed looks like a Wonder Woman image. The second one was this image, and we said in a superhero costume. So because I said in a superhero costume and not as a superhero, it took that as a girl's photo and made her wear a superhero sort of a costume. It's interesting how it made the dots appear on the face in different as points of the face, which were apparent here as the some sort of pimples on the face. The next thing I want to explore is the assigning weights to the image. And basically what I've done here is I ran the exact same prompt, but this time I added a parameter for weight, which is dash dash IW, and I assigned a 0.5 weight to the image. And then I ran the same prompt, but this time assigned a 2 weight to the image, and then I assigned a 1 weight to the image. So now let's review how the algo interpreted it. So when I assigned a 0.5 weight to the image, that means it will give double importance to the text, which is the Wonder Woman. And that's pretty apparent here. In all these images, you see a very strong resemblance to Wonder Woman has been created in the costume, the crown, the makeup, and the hairstyle. It clearly looks like that this is Wonder Woman. Now when I assigned, let's look at the one first. So now here I assigned the image weight of 1. So that means it's going to give an equal importance to both of them. And that's apparent in these photos, especially in 1, 3, and 4, where you see slight features of the Wonder Woman, but at the same time, the original image of the girl's face is still there. And then finally, I went to image weight of 2. And here you see that the image is getting a lot more importance than the Wonder Woman text prompt we provided. And except in this U2 image where we see a small crown on her head of Wonder Woman, all the images are more focused on the woman URL that we provided and not the text prompt. So in this way, we can use text prompts. In this way, we can use the weight parameter to basically further customize our images and get the desired results that we want. I really like this image, and this is something again that we will cover in one of our projects where I've seen in Etsy. It's a very good running business where they allow people to provide a couple of images of themselves or their pets, and then they go and modify them based on their favorite superhero character. So knowing features like this, such as weight, can help you really customize images provided to you by your customers and then modifying them for different superheroes or different characters or even real life people if you want, if that's what they're looking for, and then provide them a customized AI generated output in this way. The next thing we'll cover is using text weights. So using a double colon. So keep in mind we're using two colon here. So I'm calling it a double colon. In a prompt tells the Midjourney bot to treat each part of the prompt as a separate concept. So for example, the prompt butterfly would be interpreted as two separate concepts resulting in an image of a butter and a fly and not of the butterfly itself. So this feature allows for experimentation with prompts and the generation of images that combine multiple distinct concepts, leading to new exciting possibilities for image creation. The next thing that you can do here is you can assign a weight to the specific text that you want. For instance, if I write 2 here, then it means that the butter would give twice more important to the butter relative to the fly. A very simple basic concept, but it can be very powerful when we're working with words that can have double meanings, for instance, butterfly. And then if we want the algorithm to focus more on a specific word or a phrase rather than the other one. So now I tried a couple of different combinations to show you. The first one I did was jellyfish. So I did jelly double colon fish. And you see in these two images, it actually created a jellyfish. But in these two, it created jelly which has a fish sort of a structure to it. So somewhere in the middle, but not exactly what we were looking for. Then I did just jellyfish and I was like, okay, this is the normal image of a jellyfish that it has. So here it's trying to replicate that, but more of a jelly sense that the fish is made of jelly. Then I switched to version v4. I went to settings and I switched to v4 to see how that works. And first I did jellyfish. So similar jellyfish structure as before. And now it's doing a better job in terms of when it's creating a fish which looks like a jelly in this image. Something similar here, but these two are again jellyfish. And then I did jelly and I removed the space before fish, and then it actually did a much better job in U1 where it actually created a fish what I was looking for and some jelly around it. So in this way, similarly here you see a glass of jelly with a fish passing through it. Here you can see a bit of a structure of a fish inside a jelly as well. So in this way, I was able to see that version 4 does a slightly better job than version 5 in terms of the assignment of text weights, and the output is more or less the same and it's not a huge difference. Actually, version 5 output here looks a lot more realistic versus the version 4 output. So that was a quick discussion on text weights and how they can be used to optimize your output. One more thing I can show you is I can use the weights to show how it impacts the output. So let's say I assigned a weight of 2 to jelly versus the fish, and then it will tell me exactly what I'm looking for, hopefully, which is that the jelly will be more prominent than the fish in the output prompt. So now here you see that here I assigned jelly a weight of 2, and although the overall composition is still of the jellyfish object, but you see a lot more jelly in terms of in the background and the size and the shape of the fish. And then I assigned jelly half a weight, which essentially means I'm giving double the weight to the fish, and this does the job in trying to show me what I was looking for. Now you can see a proper fish in each and every one of the photos it created. So in this way I was able to play around with the algo, with the text weights in different versions, and get a more closer image to what I was looking for versus what the prompt initially provided me. The next thing I want to touch base on is the remix mode. So if you go and type /settings, press enter and go into settings, you'll see this option of remix mode. And essentially what it allows you to do is to change your input prompt for an image that you have already created. So let's say I have these images ready. I will upscale one of them. So now I've scaled this image, and here there are 4 options. One of them is make variations, and when I click on it, a pop-up opens up with my input prompt. So now if I want, I can change the input prompt using the remix feature, and this is what we call the remix feature, and basically change anything that I want in this input prompt and the image will be regenerated. So let's say I make it fisherman just for the sake of changing the image, and it will create a completely new output based on that. So you see how changing the input prompt, the overall composition and the theme of the image remained the same, and it added a fisherman on top of it just because I changed used the remix prompt. Now, just to give you an idea of how this works, essentially what remix prompt does is it recreates the image using a different text prompt by assigning it the same seed number. I can achieve the same result that I achieved here by using the same seed number of the original image. In that way, it focuses on using the new text prompt provided, but keeps the basic flair and artistic sense of the underlying image the same. The last thing I want to cover in this section is the blend feature. So far, everything that we have done is by using the imagine command. For the first time, we won't use imagine. We're going to use blend, which is another feature available. Now, this is the same thing as providing multiple URLs to the algorithm. So essentially, it allows you to provide multiple images as the input prompt to the Midjourney algorithm without any text. So what I'm going to do is choose the same photo that we worked with before of the woman, and then this time I'm going to add a photo on top of something different. Let's say, where are my text of photos? Okay, yeah. So I added an actual photo of Gal Gadot Wonder Woman, and let's see how this works. And the command has been sent. I don't need this. While it runs, let me try and achieve the same result from the imagine command. So essentially what I'll do is I'll provide a URL link of the Gal Gadot photo plus the URL link of the woman's photo that we have been working with, and see if Midjourney can accept these two as a combination. So it did, and let's see what the outputs turn out to. Now our two images are ready, and they are essentially very close to each other, because what I did with blend here was that I provided two images It created the URL for both the images and then ran them together. And then I did the exact same thing using the imagine command, where I provided the URL of the two images and ran them. And as you can see, the output is very similar. In both of them, you see touches of Wonder Woman while showing the face of the woman that we were referring to. The only reason Blend turns out to be useful is that it's very handy to use on phone, and you can use up to 4 images, or I think 4 and actually 5. So it allows me to attach 5 different images and blend them together, and that's why they basically launched this extra feature, so that on the go on your phone you can add multiple images at the same time and use the power of the blend feature. With that being said, this brings us to the end of our advanced parameters section. We covered a couple of useful things in this section, from adding images to assigning weights to images, to assigning weights to text, to working with remix and blend feature. So in this section, I wanted to give you a quick walkthrough of the prompt guide that I've created for this course. To start with, I have divided the course in multiple sections based on the projects that we're going to cover. The first topic that you see here is basics of prompting. In this topic, we will cover some of the basics of prompting, such as a list of very basic prompts for you to start with. For example, comparing two words, summarizing a book. These are the prompts that we covered in our introduction to ChatGPT class. The next thing is drafting a prompt, and here I've written a list of the different things or parameters that you should think about before you start drafting a prompt in terms of what information you need to provide to the algorithm. The next one is follow-up prompts, and here I've tried giving you an idea of what are the different things you can ask GPT to do as a follow-up after your first prompt, and this could be formatting, changing the tone, elaborating on a specific point, or providing it with more reference and data. The next thing here is adjectives, and the reason I've added it is so that it gives you inspiration on different type of tasks or topics you can ask ChatGPT to cover from different perspectives. You can ask it to be philosophical, spiritual, supportive, thoughtful, shocking. So just a list of glossary of words. Of course, it's not extensive in terms of it's not everything, but it provides a very good baseline guide. Similarly, in words, I've done the same thing where I wrote some of the key words that you can use with ChatGPT to get a job done. For example, write something, analyze a text, brainstorm, evaluate, compare two different ideas, or research on something. The next thing is I'm covering the basic types of input prompts you can provide. You can provide essays, sentences, paragraph, bullet points. One thing to keep in mind is that there is a limit to the input amount of data you can provide to ChatGPT. So if you're providing long form content such as essays and GPT says that, okay, this is too long for me to process, you can break it down into smaller parts and then feed the data into it. And that way you can train the model on a very large data bank as well. The next thing we cover here are the text-based output types that you can expect from ChatGPT, and they're all content text-based. So academic writing, marketing writing, business writing, creative writing, other forms of writing, and here are some additional text-based outputs. For example, you want to write a text for a speech or for a certificate or for photo descriptions. It will do the job for you in those fields as well. Then when it comes to defining an audience, and this is one of the things you will cover, we have covered in drafting a prompt. I have given you an idea of what are the different sort of audiences that you can have for a given topic. You could be talking to your loyal customers, or you could be writing for your new customers. And based on the audience, the answer that you get from ChatGPT will slightly change. The next is defining a purpose or a goal. And it could be to educate, to inform, to persuade, to inspire, or to build trust. And an extensive list of different goals that you can set for any prompting task. Now, providing context of a task. So that is the background research or the market research you're conducting. You can talk about the industry, the target audience, the purpose and the goal, tone, voice, references, so on and so forth. Last, you can ask ChatGPT to act as an expert in the field. And this is something that I got from an awesome ChatGPT prompt GitHub link, and they have covered a vast range of topics that you can work with on ChatGPT. They built it for 3, but it works even better for 4. This is something that I cover in the interview prep section as well, where I use one of these prompts to do a mock interview for a specific job with you. So as an English pronunciation helper, spoken English teacher, travel guide, and so on and so forth. And it's a huge extensive list of every profession that I could think of. They absolutely covered it. So I thought it would be good if I provide a reference here and so that you can use it for later. The last one here is working with image links. Although GPT-4 is not working with image links right now, but that's something OpenAI is about to release very soon. So I thought I'll release some references for you so that you can use these once that technology is out. It can describe an artwork. It will be able to identify landmarks, analyzing advertisements, describing scenes for storytelling, identifying emotions in photographs, evaluating product design, analyzing charts and graphs. So information like this that you can extract from a photo or an image, ChatGPT can help you do that. The next heading here you'll see in the prompting guide is of content writing. And here I've divided the topic into several subtopics. The first is market research, where we rely mostly on Google or a Chrome extension for Google ChatGPT or Bing AI for our market research. Then we talk about blog titles, different type of blogs, creating a content calendar, building topical authority, content planner, and then we go into keywords. We get keyword ideas, and we have a powerful prompt to give us different type of things that we need to for our keyword research and generate data for it. Next, we talk about market research through Bing and how to add a prompt into Bing AI chat to get the relevant information to feed into ChatGPT. Then we dive into creating the content itself, and I have a couple of different methodologies presented here. For instance, this one will provide a list of instructions to the bot, and then it will give a title for the prompt and then subheadings for the prompt. This is one of the prompts that we'll cover in our course guide as well. Then we talk about how to convert videos into articles using a ChatGPT extension, how to avoid AI detection. We can either use Google Translate or write a prompt to do that. Although for SEO it's not necessary, because Google has made it very clear that it just wants to rank useful content, doesn't matter if it's created by human or AI. The next is outreach messages. If you want to reach out to other bloggers or industry experts and write for them, how can you craft that? And then there is an extensive list of other prompts that you can use for your reference if you're working on specific tasks or depending on what you're looking for. The next one here is for creating website content. And here you see the first here is create a sitemap for the store, homepage content, brand name, product list and services, product description, blog articles, FAQ sections, product images we'll cover in the Midjourney section, about us. And then there's another quick guide of creating of very small prompts. Once you have trained the model on the topic you're working on, you can use this list of prompt guide to actually create all the content you need, and it's subdivided into settings, category, website, social media, paid advertisement, email marketing, and there are some other prompts here that I've mentioned delete. I'm not going to delete them, but this provides as a helper tool in not only creating the content for you, but also guides you through what sort of things you should keep in mind. For instance, if you're writing a headline or a tagline, help me write compelling and persuasive headlines or taglines in my landing page related to this topic, capture the attention and interest of my target audience, and communicate the value and benefits of my offering. Make them clear, concise, and aligned with brand messaging and tone. So here's another list of a lot of prompts on the very specific topics. The overall structure of all these prompts will remain the same, but they talk about different topics, so it provides you a good reference points of the things that you need to cover. The next one that I'll cover here is social media. As we're talking about text content, here I've written a couple of prompts for LinkedIn, how to generate ideas, creating hooks, creating for the post content, then carousel, then we create images using Midjourney V5, and then if you want to conduct a webinar, how do you create a post for that? And then we go into video content, which includes summaries, bios, tips, resources, an FAQ section for your YouTube video, hashtags for TikTok, creating more descriptions, and then finally a video script for the topic of your choice. And then we also talk about a calendar. Social media campaigns, which I focus on Instagram and Facebook mostly, from caption to carousel to descriptions to Facebook ad copies. And here there are a couple of smaller prompts that I thought might be useful once you have trained the model on writing different sort of ad copies. This is a very powerful prompt for social media manager. So basically what this will do is create a calendar for you for that will cover everything in your social media, from Facebook to Pinterest to WeChat, to everything that you can think about. You can of course modify it based on your own need, but I tried to be comprehensive and create an exhaustive list for you. And now this is an extensive list of other social media prompts that I found from various websites. I've referenced them in the end. I'll walk you through that too. So here you have a huge list of prompts for different purposes for fun social media posts, or if you want to create something on social media that's educational. So how do you start about creating the topic and the description and move on from there to creating the entire strategy of your prompting. So these can produce as a very can serve as a very good reference point for you when you're creating your own projects and works. So I thought I will keep them all here and give you a good flavor of what sort of different prompts can be used for different tasks. The next topic here is coding and programmers. So here I have compiled some of the most helpful coding and programmers prompts that programmers and developers can use. So here there is a one master prompt, code anything master prompt. I wouldn't go into the details, but basically what this prompt does is it allows you to train the ChatGPT to code anything for you. So once you provide the task and a bit of the context of what you want to do, it will do that for you. The second one is by coding language, and here I've used different personas to help you train ChatGPT in conducting tasks related to a specific language such as JavaScript, Ruby Helper, PHP, and so on and so forth. The next one is a series of prompts on web development with JavaScript and CSS and other REST APIs to see what sort of information can you extract from GPT and how can you leverage its help in writing your code. Then we delve a bit into Python for coders in general that can help you with the basics of coding. So if you're new to coding and you want to understand the use of different prompts, how GPT can help you, this would be a good idea to start with this codes in general section. For UI UX design, and this can work both as a combination with GPT and Midjourney in terms of designing your website, where GPT can provide you the text-based information and you can use that as input prompts for creating images in Midjourney for your UI UX design. A few for data scientists, and lastly a trading bot with GPT that calculates the RSI index, that builds a trading strategy based on the RSI index for different bands. So if you're interested in trading, GPT is a really powerful tool that can help you create trading bots as well. I am planning to launch a course on trading with PineScript and TradingView by leveraging ChatGPT, so stay tuned for that if that's something that interests you. The next is Midjourney. The first one is a huge master prompt where this is all one prompt. So here what I'm doing is I am training ChatGPT on what Midjourney is. I took Midjourney's documentation and I started feeding it into ChatGPT section by section, section by section. In this way, I was able to train GPT-4 in developing a very strong understanding of what Midjourney is. And based on that, I have been able to generate very realistic, stunning images from GPT. And if you're interested in this, you can go to the Shutterstock Images project, where I use a combination of GPT-4 and Midjourney as a replacement for creating very realistic images that we find literally on Shutterstock. The next is GPT for Midjourney prompts. So here's a prompt for creating a coloring pages book. This is another project that we cover. Diffusion prompt generator for GPT. And then lastly, I cover a few examples of logo, website, and app design, and how Midjourney and GPT can be used as a really powerful tool for creating UI UX designs for different sort of websites and mobile apps through Midjourney. There are some other prompt ideas for AI art for DALL-E and Midjourney that I found in external sources, and I also attached a few tools other than Midjourney that could prove to be very powerful. Canva, I use it very often, and I'm a premium member of this. Galileo AI is also really powerful in terms of it can create UI UX designs from scratch for you based on very simple ideas and drawings. The next one here on the list is Coaching Assistant, and basically here you can train GPT to be your coach about anything. So first, this one, I trained it to be my tutor, and then I started learning content writing through it, for example, or I started learning data science through it for this example, and understood what NLP and natural language processing and transformers are, so that while I work with GPT, I also develop an understanding of what it is for. Then I tweaked it a bit to create it for an IELTS general test examiner. Then I created a prompt generator for GPT, and this provides a long prompt, but it helps you a lot in terms of understanding how a prompt is crafted. A personal job advisor, a personal development coach, a daily task planner, a tax consultant. Essentially, it could be anything. The next one on the list is emails, and here I have first created a master prompt which will help you guide through your emails no matter what the email is. So if you read and understand this, it will ask you for a subject, message, and recipient names, a very small brief text about each one of these three components of an email, and then it will do the job and write the text of the entire email based on what you provided. Then I divided the emails into three subsections. First, I cover professional emails, covering different topics, and you can assign an industry, a job title, a goal, a purpose of the email. You can also provide subheadings depending on the type of the email, strategies for tailoring your message to different audience, effective email subject lines and greetings, proofreading, and so on and so forth. The next one is marketing focused emails. So here we focus on emails that are we going to use for our startups or businesses for marketing purposes, whether it's a newsletter or promotional emails or conducting A/B tests or translations or creating sales copies for emails. So a very powerful list of prompts that can help with your marketing needs. And lastly, a few ideas how to help customer service understand the support work better in terms of answering queries from customers. The next one that we cover here is for ebooks, and this is for brainstorming, market research, and coming up with a topic and a couple of prompts related to that, then creating a structure and an outline for your ebook. And then once you have that, you can start creating the content by using these prompts. And then I wrote a few about other ideas that I can explore with tips and tricks. So these list of prompts after here will not just write the content for you, but will also help you understand the different strategies, the theoretical background of that topic, and guide you through developing a better understanding of these topics. For example, ebook formatting. Can you help me with ebook formatting and design? So first, what GPT will do is it will help you guide you through what are the tips and tricks of the best designs for ebooks, and then you can build on that prompt and say that, okay, now apply this to this specific context and give me ideas for designing the book. So in this way, I tried covering a couple of different things with ebooks, and I really hope that you find this useful. The next topic here is career advancement, and here I've broken it down into subsections. First, we talk about how we can improve our our resume. And just to start with, I've written down some of the frameworks that I cover in my resume project as well to give you a brief idea of what we're talking about here. Then we dive into from choosing a format, from market research to actually writing the resume and proofreading it. Then we dive into similarly into cover letter, what are the different forms available and how can we learn different tips and tricks of cover letters and at the same time use GPT to update our existing cover letters. Then we walk into interview prep and how we can use GPT for interview prep. Here's a very powerful prompt for mock interview that I will use in my project as well for conducting my mock interview for a specific job that I was applying for, hypothetically for the part of this course. Then we talk about LinkedIn profile and how we can optimize our LinkedIn profile using a set of prompts. And then we walk into how GPT can help us with our job search and job strategy, keep us on time, create a schedule for us, and help us tailor our resumes for different jobs when you're applying. Last but not the least, we cover networking, which in today's world, I believe honestly has become one of the most important and powerful tools when it comes to finding a job. So reaching out to people, going to events, creating a calendar around it, and then writing those messages to people and preparing for different job roles, for coffee chats and informational interviews. So these set of prompts can help you achieve that. And lastly, I added a prompt for job vacancy description. So if you're looking to hire someone and you're trying to figure out how do I create a specific job description based on this, the last prompt can help you achieve that. The next thing here is podcast writing. So here I believe I have written 5 or 6 prompts that can walk me through a typical structure and framework of creating a podcast. I'll start with, so the first one will just write you an episode of the podcast based on whatever parameters you define. The second one gives the structure. The third one helps you brainstorm ideas and then change the style of the podcast. So for instance, I want to write in Joe Rogan style. This is also something we'll cover in the social media project. And then bio generator for the artist. One thing I would mention, like, although these prompts are here, one of the most important things that you need to think about before using them is that don't blindly pick up a prompt and copy paste it based on your requirements. I would say spend some time, gather some relevant data from the internet about whatever your project is or whatever you're working on, and train GPT on that specific task. And once you train GPT on that specific task and then ask it to write and then provide these prompts, the answer will be 10 to 100 times more powerful and useful for your purpose. And this is exactly what I'm trying to show through my projects, that market research and training the bot on that specific job is the most important part of using GPT. The next topic we cover here is student research papers and teachers, where we first talk about how to write papers. So from academic writing to coming up with ideas, to updating my grammar, to synthesizing an argument in a thesis statement. So something for students, for researchers and PhD students, it can really powerfully help you in summarizing books, generating research topics, conducting literature reviews, and so on and so forth. A few prompts about brainstorming and group activities to understand if you can align your goals together, come up with a few frameworks and quizzes that can help you understand where each one of you stand, brainstorm ideas, and develop a thesis. This one is for teachers to help them create assignments for students and grading, more prompts for teachers for creating slides using Canva, and then some other prompts, and then lastly a few student prompts for covering different templates or writing very basic simple papers, mostly useful for high school or undergrad students in lower levels. The next one is entrepreneurship, and this is one of my favorite ones. The first one is a startup idea prompt. So here, so in one of the projects, I will cover creating a startup from scratch, like all the content for it. I will come up with the idea using ChatGPT. Then I'll walk you through what are the different aspects of that project that I need to do, and then from writing business and marketing plan to a business plan canvas, all the way to actually writing the code for the minimum viable product. We'll cover everything. Um, this specific one is for a different startup that I conducted 2-3 days before I recorded the video. And based on the response I got from ChatGPT, I kept playing and I ended up creating a website called Contract IQ, which was a legal AI business. So I have listed down all the prompts that I used in that experiment that I conducted in almost 2 hours. And this can prove very helpful for you if you're working on a new business or a startup. It will give you ideas and inspirations of different topics that you need to think about and you need to cover. So please do check it out if you are working in that space. For startup and new business ideas, it will again give you a lot of different variations of things that you want to work with. So for idea generation for different things, for example, growth hack strategies, how do I find my target customer, and then useful prompt for businesses, just some basic prompts, but make sure you only use this list of prompts once you have provided the latest data. Because if you say analyze the current state of, let's say, food delivery industry and its trends, challenges and opportunities, the data in GPT is outdated. I believe it's up to 2 years ago, 2021. So it will provide you relevant information. So you need to feed in some logs or copy paste some data from the latest industry insights before you start using these prompts. So these are like guiding prompts that can help you throughout different uh, purpose that you could have in different business segments. For instance, writing a business plan, marketing my small business, setting up a website for my business, financial management, help with legal and compliance. So you can just ask ChatGPT a question and it will provide you guidance, and then you can use that to build further on it. The next one is for freelancers, and I've divided it into writing a favor gig post, how do I write a quote reply, and then here you'll find a couple more specific to different platforms that might prove to be useful for you. Then business documentation, in which we cover different type of documentations, business plan writing, marketing plan writing, and strategic plan writing. These prompts will not only write the output for you, but will also generate tips and tricks and ask you the right questions first before they dive into writing for you. And here I've written some of the major structural frameworks for writing different sort of plans, and this can prove helpful to you if you're an entrepreneur or a business owner and you want to understand what are the different business plan frameworks or marketing frameworks I can rely on to build my strategy. The next one here is legal, and of course this is not legal advice in any sort. These prompts can help you create a legal document for a technology company based on their specific requirements, a non-disclosure agreement, and here are some other prompts on different subfields within legal that can prove helpful for you if you're looking into that domain and space. They will not only answer the question once again, but they will also guide you through the process and ask you the right things so that you develop the understanding as well while learning. Last, here you see are the Chrome extensions that we're going to discuss in the next lecture. And then finally, this is our references. So apart from the prompts that I created myself, I relied on some external sources as well, and I have written down the names of the authors, their article titles, and their sources that I've used to extract these prompts from. So do give them a read. I have listed all the links here as well. These are some really powerful sources for you to further develop and hone the understanding of GPT and prompt engineering and Midjourney. So do check them out, and I would highly recommend you start following them and see how they're optimizing their work as GPT and Midjourney go through an exponential upgrade every few months. So with that being said, this brings us to end of our ChatGPT repository guide. In the next lecture, I'll quickly cover some of the Chrome extensions that are available and how I use Bing AI to conduct my market research. And then we will dive into the projects and we'll start doing one by one all the different projects that I've created for this course. Thank you. So in this lecture, I wanted to give you an idea about some of the most powerful Chrome extensions that are available with ChatGPT that can really help you increase your productivity and inspire you to create even more valuable projects. I will use some of them through the project, but over here I just wanted to give you an idea of what resources are available for you apart from the guidebook that I thought will be useful, can prove useful for you. So the first one I have on the list is an extension called AIPRM. It has more than 500,000 users, and it's a really powerful extension in terms of that it will provide you with a list of prompts that you can use for a specific job. So to see the extension in action, I have added it in my Chrome, and now if I go to ChatGPT, it says connect OpenAI and AIPRM accounts. We are excited to announce that now you can connect your OpenAI with our account, and here you go. I'll play it. And here I will start seeing my interface will completely change. So here are my favorites. ARPM public, connect ARPM prompts list. You must connect to OpenAI and subscribe to a pro plan. Okay, so they launched a pro plan now, but these are the public ones that are available for free. So here I can use anything that I want. So for instance, I can go with copywriting, and then I will filter by top quotes, and then let's see, I want to write a complete book in one click, write best smart article to rank #1 on Google. Okay, and then write the topic of the article, the power of AI, and it will start writing for me. I'm using 3.5 intentionally here so that the output is generated pretty fast, because GPT-4 is still slow in giving us the output. Okay, so it's giving me what is an AI in SEO, understand user intent, keyword search, content creation, link building, predictive analytics. So yeah, the generic typical answer that I would expect from GPT in this case, it's been produced. Oh, and I also actually link to it. Now, if I refresh my page and then go back to that same tab, I can see the prompt it used. So please ignore all previous instructions. Write in English. I want you to act as a proficient SEO and high-end copywriter that speaks and writes in fluent English. Write text as long as possible. When preparing the article, prepare it using the start article. Write the essay. The output is to outrank in the websites, and so long and so forth. It assigns a word count. It tells it the word count again, and it gives a couple of different resources, and in the end they mention their own website link, because basically they're using it to advertise their website. So I'm also in the process of creating a similar extension based on the prompt guide I've created. Once I've done that, I will also add a link, add a video to it, so that I can get you early free access to the extension. But for now, this proves like a pretty good tool. If you're running out of ideas and you're looking for prompts, you can definitely leverage this as well, apart from the guidebook I've provided. To give you full context, I have used a couple of prompts, like around 50 prompts in my guidebook from this extension as well, which I found useful. But everything on the website is not useful and won't be great, but it's a good framework just to get an idea of what sort of prompts are being created by the community. The next one that I have on my list is Google ChatGPT, and basically this works similar to Bing AI in terms of extracting the latest data from the internet and selecting the relevant one based on the prompt that you have asked, and then outputs it in the ChatGPT. So to give you it in action, I ran a couple of prompts. So I asked it what is chef.com, and because I know this is a website that was created after 2021, so GPT does not have the memory of it. But when I asked it what chef.com is, it was able to create a basic information about what chef.com is. Then I asked the same thing, and this time I used Cookin, which is also a website for selling homemade food, and this is what my query was, Cookin startup, and it was able to get the information. And then I did the same thing with homecooks.ca, another food delivery service based in North America, and it was able to get me the results for home cooks as well. So just like you'll see in the projects that I sometimes post paste links in ChatGPT to train it on the data. You can use this extension to do the exact same task of getting the data from the internet into the GPT so that you can train the model. One thing I want to focus on here apart from this extension is Bing AI, and that's a really powerful tool that I want you to, and it's a really powerful tool as well. So for instance, I can go to Bing AI. If you haven't signed up for it, I would highly recommend that you go to Bing and sign up for Bing AI. Then in the Bing search engine, if you click on chat, it will take you to the Bing AI, and this is powered by GPT-4. So basically, essentially, if I'm doing my market research, I can ask Bing any question I want, and it will give me a couple of article links to that information. I usually take that information into GPT, train the model, and then start working on the project. It also gives you the option of being more precise and more creative depending on what you're looking for. So let's say I would say, give me best restaurants in Chicago for a steak. So instead of giving me a list of answers like you will find on Google search, it will find the best steak restaurants and give me a summary of my search first. So this is the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, and it gives me the links to where it's coming from. So I usually click on the link and I try and take this information to GPT to see if I can actually use this link as a part of my, so I'll just paste the link and say summarize, and usually GPT is able to read it. Okay, belongs to Beverage Steakhouse, which is a restaurant chain in Chicago. The website provides information about restaurant's menu. So in this way, Bing AI can prove to be a very useful tool when conducting market research. The next one I have on the list is YouTube summary with ChatGPT. So what this one does, it will create the transcript of any YouTube video and take it to ChatGPT, and then you can use that content to create your own blog or your own Instagram reels or whatever is the best utilization of that YouTube video you come up with. I would highly recommend that you reference the original YouTube video and the author to make sure you don't break any privacy laws. So this one is also pretty simple. I can go to YouTube, open any video which has captions already available. Let's try this Joe Rogan video. So Andrew Huberman explains why scientists hung around Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, not interested in the content, but I want to see the video content here. So here you see transcript and summary. I click on it, it will give me the entire transcription here, plus this OpenAI tab. Opens a new tab. So this is for OpenAI logo, and if I click on it, it should directly take me to ChatGPT, and it took the entire transcript and summarized it for me. So now I can use this and start working based on this YouTube video, whatever I want. Give me a 5-bullet point summary, and it will do that. It will write me the summary based on the YouTube video that we have transcribed and added here. So this is a really powerful tool as well. I specifically use this in one of the projects to increase the SEO ranking of my articles, where I embed the video into the article. I give all the reference and citations for the actual creator of the YouTube video, and that helps me build authority from my article by citing a very powerful source in a similar domain. The next one is for Gmail, and that's also pretty straightforward. If I open Gmail, it should show up in my Gmail already. And basically what this does is it allows you to use ChatGPT within Gmail and make changes to it, or write an entire email if you want. So if I go here and I open a new email, and I would say write email to John congratulating on the promotion. And then I'll click this Gmail icon here, and ChatGPT will start writing the email for me. Once it's done, I just need to click on it, I believe, and Press enter. Okay, and I have the email written here. Now I can proofread it, understand what's going on, and make changes if I want. I've also integrated Grammarly in my emails, so that's an additional tool that can help me avoid grammatical errors. The last one is GPT for Work, which is Google Sheets. This one also has about 500,000 users. It's really powerful. This actually uses the OpenAI's API to connect with your Google Sheets, and once you do that, you can access the GPT model right in your Google Sheets. So these were some of the extensions that I would recommend that you play around with, that can help you out more, especially the first three actually, because this will really help you increase your productivity and overall process efficiency of working with AI tools. Last thing here is Bing AI. If you haven't done so, I would highly recommend you sign up for Bing AI. It will take a week or so before your access gets approved. And with the amount of AI tools that Microsoft is creating, it's on the edge of the technology. It's way ahead of everyone else, including Google. So I would recommend you keep yourself up to date. And I will also use Bing AI extensively in the projects moving forward. So in this project of ChatGPT with coding, what we're going to try and do is extract the data for a couple of stocks using the Yahoo Finance library. We'll plot the historical price, and then we'll analyze how much a $1 investment in 2016 would have returned in this as of today. And then we will see if we can create a tabular format result of 1 year, 5 year, and 10 year results for that stock. So to start with, I'm opening GPT-4 and I'm going to ask it, can you write me code to extract the data for stocks since 2016 using Yahoo Finance library. I will run this code. ChatGPT came back and wrote a bunch of code for me. First, you'll need to install the Y Finance library. So it installed the library, and then you can use the library to fetch the data for the specified tickers. So now it defines the name of those tickers. It creates a new data frame and it calls it all data. Right now the data frame is empty. Then it goes through each ticker list in this for loop and gets the data for that ticker starting from 2016 1st January. It stores the data in the final all data frame that it created here. And then it finally prints all data. And it also stores it to a CSV file called stock underscore data. So let's copy this code and run it here. And because I don't want to store it in a CSV file, I'll just run this part and remove the rest. So first it says requirement already satisfied. This is because we asked it to install Y Finance library first, and the Python came back saying that it is already installed in Google Colab. And now at the bottom, we can see the data frame essentially. So here it's getting us the open, high, low, and close value of different tickers. So let's try and put it in a better format. So I'm just going to go here and remove the print sign. And because we don't need the library, it's installed, so I can run it this way. And now these are your columns. So each row is for a specific day, and open, high, low, close, adjusted close are the values for the price for the day. We can pick any one of these. If you notice, these will be very close to each other. Volume is the number of times the stock was traded. And then finally, it's the ticker. Here it's Microsoft, MSFT, and Meta is Facebook, which is towards the end of the data frame. And there are total 7,700 rows and 7 columns in our data frame. Is greater than 0.7, it's usually considered a strong correlation, positive correlation. Less than minus 0.75 is considered strong negative correlation, and the values in the middle are not considered correlated. So now you see most of the values are in the range of 90%, with some between 66 and 77%. So the stocks that have a 95% correlation are very strongly linked. So that's Google and Apple and Microsoft and Apple. Whereas 0.66 is between Meta and Apple, so Facebook and Apple might not be that highly correlated. So another powerful way of using different metrics for stock analysis and financial analysis, such as correlation heat map, and all I did was I ran a very basic command here saying create a heat map of the correlation of these investment in January 10th, 2016 will be valued at today in each of the stocks. Show by a plot. So what I'm asking ChatGPT now is that, okay, let's assume that somewhere on this date I invested $1. How much money does that translate to today? This will help us identify which one of these stocks would have been the best investment so far. So now it first wrote a bunch of formulas for us. Said the formula to calculate the normalized value. To determine the value of a dollar investment in each stock over time, we can calculate the normalized value of the close price. This normalized value will represent the growth or decline of a $1 investment. And the normalized value is close price at time t divided by close price at initial time multiplied by initial investment. Since our investment is 1, so it removes this. So it's close price at time t divided by close price on January 10th, 2016. So essentially it's calculating the return on the stock from today divided by the first day. And when I run this code, it gives me this extra line on the same graph, which essentially refers to the amount of money I've made. So now if I started with a $1 on 2016, look at the y-axis. It starts with a $1 value. A stock in Apple would have returned $7. Microsoft would have given me around a $6 return, and the return of the other two would be much lower. Keep in mind, this is very different from the graph here, where Apple was much lower here, and it has boomed up to the top because it is providing a better investment return. Now let's do a little bit of plotting. So I'm going to plot the graph against time of base pay. So here you see that this is my base pay and this is the year. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put year on the horizontal axis and base pay on the vertical axis and see how has the base pay changed over years. So I copied this and I'm going to take this to GPT. So now GPT is saying that we can plot base pay against year using the matplotlib and seaborn library. So if you remember, it always starts with import pandas. This time it started with import matplotlib and seaborn because these are the two visualization libraries it's going to use to write the script for us. It sets a style, then it decides the size of the figure, and then it says x-axis is my year and my y-axis is base pay, and these are the column names. And then it says this is the title, this is what my y label will be, which is on the y-axis, this is what my x label will be, and it specified a specific type of layout, and then .show actually shows the output of the plot. Now we'll further discuss this, but for now let's try and plot it right away to see how has the salaries changed over time. So now you see it gave us a pretty good plot where we have base pay amount on y-axis, year on x-axis. It's showing the year in terminals of 0.5 because I guess it has a data point every 6 months. And then these are the salary values. So you see in 2011 the salary was around $64,000. It went all the way up to average salary went up to $70,000. And then now in 2014 it's much lower at $67,000. So this is the data frame from 2011 to 2014, and it did a pretty decent job in visualizing it for us. Now if I want, I can ask ChatGPT to write me the code to plot all the numerical columns in the same graph. It might not be the best visually appealing graph, but nonetheless ChatGPT will be able to write the code for us. So let's give it a shot and see what graph do we end up with if we include all the variables on our existing graph of just base pay. So now it says that first of all, these are the columns I can plot: total pay, pay benefits, base pay, overtime pay, other pay, and benefits. And then it writes the code which essentially picks up these columns from here, and then for each column it plots the graph on the same graph for them. So now GPT plotted a couple of different graphs for us. So the first one is the one that we trend for total pay over the years. So now it aggregated the pay and says, okay, this is the trend for our total pay. Then total trend of total benefits over the years. Okay. Trend of base pay over the years. And this is the one that we plotted before. Trend of overtime pay over the years. And this is where we see that it has been significantly increasing over the years. and then lastly, trend of other pay over the years. So GPT was able to do a pretty decent job in generating visually appealing graphs, one for each of the numerical columns that it thought it could be done on. And because we have already fed a few rows of the data set to ChatGPT, it has the capability to reason and figure out which columns would those be. Now, when it comes to visualizing with ChatGPT, in terms of writing the code for matplotlib and seaborn library, sometimes ChatGPT might not build very appealing graphs for you. So to do that, it's important to understand the following small pieces of it. So I'm going to copy this specific code into ChatGPT and ask it, please explain me these basic features of matplotlib and seaborn, and also talk about xticks and yticks, because this is another feature that's missing in the list that I think I should teach you. So I am adding that to the list as well. And now I'm trying to explain you that if you come across functions that you want to understand how to use, you can just input them into ChatGPT and get a basic idea of how to use them. Develop your logic and then ask ChatGPT to write the code for that logic for you. So here it says plot.title. This function sets the title for the plot. Very simple and basic. Y label, so this is the label of the y-axis, and x label is the label of the x-axis. Similarly, tight underscore layout. This function ensures that the spacing between the subplots is adequate and that the label, titles, etc. don't overlap. It's useful especially when there are multiple plots or when the labels are lengthy. So this is an important part. So we should remember that we should add something like this so that our plot looks visually appealing. Plot.show actually function displays the plot. X ticks and Y ticks, these are the extra ones that I added in my prompt to get or set the current tick locations and labels of the x-axis and y-axis. So what are ticks? Ticks are essentially these values that you see for x and y values. So these are x ticks and these are y ticks. So 2011 to 2011.5 and 2012. So it's moving the tick in a 0.5 interval, right? So now if I want, I can say plot x ticks as these. So now it will not show the decimal value and these will be the labels. So these are useful when you want to customize the ticks because the default ticks are not too informative or they make your chart very crowded. In this project, we're going to work with a new data set, and this data set is of San Francisco salaries of different employees. We have a bunch of different columns available in this data set. So if I click on columns, it tells me the ID, employee name, base pay, overtime, benefits, total pay, the year this data point was recorded. So now I'm going to download this data set and try and answer some of the exploratory data analysis questions similar to what we had before. So I have a list of questions that I will try and go through. Some of them we're going to do pretty fast because these are very similar to the previous project we covered. And then for some of them, such as plotting a time series across different job titles of their salary, will be something new that we will discover. And then once we're done with that, we will try and answer some of the exploration ideas that we have here. For instance, is there any evidence of pay discrimination based on gender in this data set? So these are some of the insights we will try and derive from this data set by writing the code once again in Google Colab using ChatGPT. So our starting point would be very much the same as we did with the e-commerce purchase data, which is that we're going to upload the file in Google Colab. So I just opened a new notebook and I've named it sf underscore salaries. And now I'm going to run the same command so that we can upload the new data set in Google. So I will choose files here. And now this data set is available in a .csv file and .sqlite file, which is essentially a SQL database. So we're going to start with the CSV file first. And now it's getting uploaded to Google Colab. Now I'm going to copy this code. Actually, I've already run it. So this is the name of the file that now we need to upload as a data frame. Remember, in the e-commerce data set, if you remember, the first step was to upload the file into Google Colab, and then we ran this code to read the data frame from the CSV file e-commerce purchase into a data frame called DF. So we're going to try and do the same thing here now by reading the data frame from this file into our Google Colab. So I'll go to ChatGPT and say, I have uploaded a CSV in Google Colab. Write me the Python script to read the data from the CSV named salaries.csv. And now when I run this code, it's going to write me the code that I'm looking for, which will help me add the data frame from the CSV file into my Python environment. So I copied the code, I come back here, I run it. So it's actually asking me to run the code again. If I want, I can choose the file, or I can just delete this part because I already know that salaries.csv has been uploaded, and I can run this part again. And now my data set has been uploaded. So essentially what ChatGPT did was it wrote me all the code again, although I only needed this part. So I added this part and I have my data frame now, and I can see, okay, these are the columns. These are the first 5 rows. Now, if I remove the print command, my output becomes slightly better in terms of format, because df.head could be understood by Python environment by itself. We don't need to write the print command. So if I do this, now my output looks slightly better in terms of format, and I can see all the columns here. So just a tip, GPT wouldn't do this for you, but if you want, you can work in this format, which looks slightly better. So now I'm going to try and get a bit more granular, in the sense that I will extract a subset of the data set that we just plotted and then plot it further in forms of a time series. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what were the top 5 job titles for every year, and then I'm going to pick one of those years and plot the historical salary for those specific job titles. So let's go into ChatGPT and start working on it. The first thing I did was I said find me minimum, maximum and average base pay, and I wrote the code here. It very simply ran the code on, and it tells me basically that the minimum base pay is negative, the maximum base pay is around $320,000, and average pay is around $66,000 across all years. Now let's find the top 5 job titles with the highest pay for every year. Top 5 job titles by pay. Let's do base pay to keep it consistent. So now it's saying we'll use a combination of group by, sort values and head function. So essentially what it does, it filters the data by year and job title. So essentially it's grouping them by these two columns, and then it aggregates base pay, and then it sums by base pay for each job title for each year. So let's say police officer for 2011, what is the sum? What is the mean? Sorry, it's not summing, we asked for year, it's doing the average. So it's doing for each year, each job title, it calculates the average, then it sorts them in descending order, and then it picks up the top 5 values by using dot head. So first it figures out the salary for each job title, average salary for each job title for each year, then it puts all of them in descending order for each year, and then it picks up the top 5 by using dot head. So now let's run the code and see how this works. Okay, so now it displays the output in 3 different columns. The first is the year, so let's say 2011. You'll see 5 entries here for 2011, and then the 5 job titles for 2011, and then the base pay for the top for these job titles. And these were the highest, so you'll see 28,000 is the highest here. If we see 2012, Chief Police Officer is much higher than the highest in 2011. Now let's pick one year, let's say 2014, and based on these job titles, figure out how has their pay changed over the years from 11 to 14, specifically for these job titles for 2014. Based on the top 5 job titles from 2014, plot me the historical pay for those job titles as a time series. So now it says that we need to do essentially 3 steps. First, I'm going to identify what the top 5 job titles were from 2014. Then I will filter the data set to get the historical pay for these job titles. So first it will find the top 5 job titles in 2015. Then it will figure out what was the historical pay for the previous year from 2011 to 2013. and then it will plot the data using the matplotlib library. So I will just copy this and paste it here, and now you'll see that it has plotted those top 5. Now, why is there a data point missing for the purple one, which is administrator? Likely because the data point for the previous years is not available, and this job essentially entered the dataset in 2013. But for other jobs, you see the data point all the way from 2012 to 2014, and based on this dataset, we can see that police officer, fire department chief, and general manager public transport department makes more money than the mayor, which is the red line, and these 3 are on the top. We also see that the pays have decreased over the year. In 2013, the pay were higher for almost all of them except administrator if we compare it with 2014. So now we're going to start performing some of the basic exploratory data analysis that we did on the previous data set in the previous project as well. So we're going to start with finding the top 10 rows, the bottom 10 rows, the total, the shape of the data set, which is the number of rows and columns. We'll check for null values. We'll drop some of the columns that are not required. And then we'll get the overall statistics about the data frame. So this time I'm going to try and do multiple of these at the same time because we already know how the coding works behind this, and we have gone through this in the previous project. So I just copy pasted the first 3 questions, and now GPT came back with df.head, df.tail, number of rows and number of columns, and it uses the print command to show us the output in different ways. So now I can just come here, copy the code, and now it tells me, okay, these are the top 10 rows, these are the last 10 rows, and the total number of rows are 148,654. Number of columns are 13. Okay, now I can just check df.columns, and these are all the columns in the data set, which are ID, employee name, job title, base pay, overtime, other pay, benefits, total pay, benefits, year, notes, agency, and status. Now let's see the df.head again in this format so that we can better read the data. Okay, so now I have the name, title, the pays, benefits, a lot of nan values that I see in the data set. So the first thing I can deduce from here is that these 3 columns are not that relevant for me. Agency, I don't care. Notes is all nan, status is all nan. Benefits could be nan everywhere. That's something I can check. And these looks like numerical values with some text columns. Okay, so let's continue our analysis and see null values in the data set and where do they exist. Okay, so I'll ask GPT to write me the code for getting me the null values or the empty values, and it's going to do that for me now. I copied the code, so now it's saying is df null, number of null values in each column. So it's going to go through each column, I believe, and tell me the null values in those columns. So base pay has 600. Now this wasn't the case in the previous project we worked, so keep this in mind. You can come across null values and you'll have to figure out a way to deal with them. So benefits has a lot of null values, and for agency state, okay, for status and notes, almost all the values are none. So since we have total number of 148,000 rows, yeah, for notes all of them are null, most of for agency, status, and benefits some of them are none. So I'm just going to remove these last 3 columns because they hold no significance for me in the data set. And if I'm using benefits, then I'll figure out a way how to use that column if I want to remove the null values. So drop ID, notes, agency, and status column. Okay, ID, because technically I don't need the ID for anything. It is not beneficial for me. So just because it's an extra column, I'm going to drop it as well. So now GPT wrote the right code, but it wrote more code than required. We have already uploaded the CSV file into Google Colab, and import pandas as PD has already been done. So if you see, if I go back to my code, you will see I have already done here import pandas as PD, and you see that we have already uploaded the CSV file. So this part of the code is irrelevant for us, and this is important to keep in mind to make sure that we're following through as ChatGPT's coding, because it will make these small error mistakes which are not that Bad because the code will still run, but it's important to keep this in mind. So now it's using a function called df_top_drop to drop the columns which has the following names. Now it gave me an error, and the error says that ID is not found in access. So it's going through all the column names and it's saying that ID is not a column. Now I can go back and see the column names, and I know here ID spelled with a D is small caps, whereas here I've spelled ID with a large D. So that's the error it's giving me. Now it has run the output and removed those columns as required. I could have asked ChatGPT to solve this problem for me as well. For instance, I could run this code again. This is the error. I have no clue what the error is. I'm going to copy paste the error into ChatGPT. The error you encountered indicates that one or more of the columns were not found in your data frame. To handle such scenarios, you can drop columns conditionally. Check if they exist in the data frame before attempting to drop them. Okay, here's how you can achieve that. Okay, let's copy this and try this. So now GPT is saying that instead of removing them directly, I'm going to first check if these columns exist. So drop columns if they exist in the data frame. So now it's going to run this and it does that for me, but it doesn't take care of the ID column because now it's not misspelled, so that's why it's not able to pick it up. Another way I can do it is I can give it the name of all the columns and say these are all the columns. Actually, I'm going to run it here before I gave it the code, and it will be able to identify that the name of the column was misspelled. So now I gave it the output that we got from Python saying that key error ID not found in access, and then I gave it the name of all the columns and I said these are all the columns. So now GPT was able to understand and do the job for us. First, it says that there is a warning message about mixed type of data types in some columns. We can handle this by setting low memory is equal to false. You tried the drop ID column, but it seemed the actual column name is ID with the lowercase d. So GPT was able to catch that. So that's the power of coding with ChatGPT. If you just provided the right context, even if the code gives you an error, go back, look at the error, try and understand it, give it to ChatGPT, see what it responds with, and you can actually get your code updated accordingly. So now it has changed the ID to the way we wanted it to be. And if I update this now, this will run and the column will be dropped. So now my data set should have 4 less columns. The ID column is gone. This is the index that Python is assigning to that each row, employee name, and it ends with the year. The next thing we're going to do is get some descriptive statistics on this entire data set because it has a bunch of columns. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT to write me a bunch of code that helps me get descriptive statistics on each of the columns that I have. So now it wrote a new function for me called df.described, and in brackets says include is equal to all. So essentially what include all means is go through all the columns and describe each of one of them. And what did describe do? For numerical columns, when there is a value stored as a numerical, it will count mean, it will give you the total number of rows, the mean value, the standard deviation, and a couple of percentiles. For object or string columns, and this will apply to text columns such as name and job title, it will show you the count, the unique number of values, top most frequent value, and frequency of the most frequent value. Include all argument ensures that we get statistics for both numerical and non-numerical columns. So essentially it gets it for all the columns with doesn't matter whether they're numerical or not. I am copy pasting only this part because import pandas as PD has already been done and we don't need to be repetitive. But even if I do, it's not going to make a difference and the code will still run. So now I'm just going to remove the print part here to better visualize the data, and here you go. Now as you see, we see the column names on the horizontal axis and a bunch of different metrics on the vertical axis. The first one is the count, then the unique values, the top value, the frequency of the top value, and then mean, standard deviation, and a couple of other statistical values for that specific column. Now, as you see, employee name and job title, the mean to max, all these values are none, which is expected because it's a text value, so you cannot calculate the average of a text value. But from base pay to benefits, these are actually numbers. If you look at the data set, these are numbers. So I am expecting some sort of calculation to occur here. And if we check for null values, base pay has a couple of null values, but overtime doesn't, right? So at least for overtime, if we don't have any null values and these are all numbers, I should see some sort of a mean value or a standard deviation value here. But that's not happening here. And we need to figure out why. So without answering the question for you, I am going to ask ChatGPT to answer it for me. Why don't I see statistics for base pay and overtime pay column? Base pay and overtime pay column. Here is the output from the previous prompt. And let's see what ChatGPT tells us. So I pasted the data output that I got and I said, this is my question that I'm trying to figure out, that why are the statistics not shown for these two columns? Because pandas interpreted them as an object data type. Okay, so now it's saying that it's stored as a text value instead of a numerical value. This often happens when non-numeric characters such as comma, spaces, or other symbols are present in the column. To compute statistics for these columns, you need to convert them into a numeric data type. So if you remember in the previous project, we did a function called df.dtypes, in which dtypes was a data type function which told us whether the column value is an integer, a decimal, or an object, which essentially means text. So now here's how you can convert them into a float data type and then retrieve the statistics. So now what it's doing is, first, instead of calculating the statistics directly, it takes these two columns and then converts them into numeric form by using pd.toNumeric and then calculates the statistics accordingly. But I only asked for two columns. We might need it for all the columns. So let's first figure out, instead of running this command, that what are the columns where this needs to be done. So what I'm going to do is, please write me code to check data type of all columns. Now it's going to say df.dtypes or something along those lines. So that's what it did, column underscore data types, it df.dtypes. So instead of running this, I'm going to delete this for now, and I'm just going to try and figure out what are the data types. So now just by looking at it, I know that these are wrong. These should be numbers, right? Base pay, overtime, other pay, benefits. These are numbers. These are stored correctly, and these are stored correctly as well. So let's try and figure out how to convert these into numbers. Okay, so I'll copy the entire thing, and let's first ask ChatGPT, which one of these do we need to convert? Which one of the columns do we need to convert? And I can also provide it the sample output for it to understand what each column contains. So now it would know that base pay is a number, overtime pay is a number, so these should be converted, while job title is a text, so it shouldn't be. So I'm providing it further context and information to be able to do the job. And as I expected, GPT picked it up right. It says, based on the provided data types and the sample data, I provided the data types and I provided the sample data. It appears that the several columns that should be numeric and are not right now. You'll need to convert the following columns into numeric, and it perfectly identified the right columns that needs to be converted. So I'm just going to copy this code, and in each one what it's doing is it's calling a function called to_numeric and converting that column into a numeric column. The errors underscore covers argument ensures that any value that can't be converted to a numerical value will be replaced with nans. So if there is a value that it can't convert, it will replace it with a nan or a 0 so that it doesn't affect our further analysis. Now I can go back and ask the same question, get overall statistics on the data frame. So I'll copy the code that it wrote for me, which is essentially the same code that we wrote last time. I'm just removing the print command for better visualization. And here you go. So now you can see a value for mean, base pay, overtime pay, other pay, benefits. In the next lecture, we'll continue exploring with the data and how we can further conduct analysis on it. So in this project with ChatGPT Code Interpreter, we're going to work with the same data set that we use for SF salaries in one of our previous coding projects. And essentially, we're going to try and do the same stuff in a very small passage of time, because now we can do it using the code interpreter. So now I've uploaded the salaries.csv, same file that you were working with Google Colab, and all I'm going to say is perform EDA, and EDA stands for exploratory data analysis. So now I know that GPT-4 plus code interpreter agent of Python is powerful enough to understand what exploratory data analysis mean, break it down into specific sections. So it will start with a data review, then it will generate some summary statistics for us, then it will handle the missing values. Finally, it will visualize the data and show us some correlations. Once it's done with that, then we can ask it to provide us the graph of the job title for the past 5 years or the average pay graphs if it doesn't prepare that for us already. So now let's start reviewing the response. The dataset salaries.csv has the following characteristics. This is the rows, this is the columns. These are the name of the columns, which it got right. The data types, it seems that the columns are being treated as objects due to presence of non-numeric values. This needs further investigation. So it says that, okay, it was able to understand that the data type for these columns is wrong. Node column is a float type but seems to have missing values. Status column seems to have missing values. And if you remember, these are the two columns that we deleted. So it's on the right track. Let's proceed with the next step and gather summary statistics for each column. The ID column ranges from this value to this value, and it's a unique identifier for each row. Sure, that's right. The employee name, there are 110,811 unique employee names, suggesting some names appear more than once. The most frequent name is Kevin Lee, which appears 13 times. Okay. So it's trying to provide us the descriptive statistics that we got from the Python as well, but in a more textual way. The job titles has 2159 unique job titles, with transit operator being the most frequent one, which has 7,000 job titles. Base pay, overtime pay, other pay, benefit, these columns are objects when indicates non-numeric values are present. We will need to further investigate and possibly convert these to appropriate data types. It perfectly picked that up, and we did an entire lecture on this specific point number 4 when we were doing the coding part. Total pay, this column ranges from this value to this value. The presence of negative value is unusual and might require attention. So it's doing the analysis on total pay, that's why it's higher, versus the base pay of 300 something that we saw in our coding lecture. Total pay benefit, similarly, this column has a minimum value of this, which might be a discrepancy. Year covers from 11 to 14. Notes, agency status, we don't really care about. Status, it says anyways that non-null values with 2 unique characters, FT, which appears this much. Okay. Next, let's identify and handle the missing data. Notes, this column is 100% missing data, 74%, 24%, only a small fraction. To handle this, we can drop notes for the status, so it completely dropped the notes column. For the status column, given that a significant portion is missing, we need to decide if we want to fill it with a placeholder, impute it, or leave it as it is. For benefits, we can consider filling missing values with zeros or assuming no benefits using some imputation method. Base pay, we can decide to fill the median or mean value or investigate the rows. Okay. So it said, okay, this is my strategy for dealing with the missing data for each column. And it's coming up with the strategy for each column. It's going to remove some of them, and some of them it's saying we can fill in with an average value or leave them as it is or with zero. Before making any decisions, let's investigate the numerical values in these 4 columns. Okay. So column contains values not provided in NaN, not provided, not provided, and NaN. Given these findings, here's a proposed strategy to handle the data. Replace non-provided with NaN, and since it is essentially conveys missing information, converts the columns to numeric type, handle the NaN values for base pay. We can fill with median or mean. For benefits, given the context, filling with 0 might be reasonable. Okay, so now it's saying, first let's convert not provided to NaN, and then for NaN, we can fill it with the median or the mean value for base pay. Benefits, we should leave at 0 because that means there are no benefits. Overtime and other pay, we should leave as 0 because that means there was no overtime and other pay. And then it went through and implemented that strategies. Then it says that I forgot to import the numpy. So basically, whatever code it ran here, it ran into a name error. So now it knew that, okay, there was an error. So it went back. And rectified itself by saying that I forgot to import the NumPy library, which is required for handling NaN values. Let me correct and proceed. So it corrected and it started proceeding. Now the remaining values are as follows. So now it's saying that we have dealt with these columns. What should we do with these columns? Next, as mentioned earlier, this column, we can proceed to drop it. These are still, we might have to handle later depending on its significance to our analysis. Okay, so notes is drop status. He has said, okay, we'll figure it out later. Let's visualize the data to be better understand its distribution and relationships. We can start by looking at the distribution of base pay, overtime pay, other pay, benefits, total pay, and total pay benefit using histogram. This was gave us insights into the salary structures. Would you like to proceed, or do you have other specific visualization in mind? I'm just going to say yes, and it will start proceeding with further analysis. Now it came back with a bunch of statistics and graphs for us. So essentially what it did was it put the salaries of different metrics from base pay, overtime pay, total pay on the x-axis and the frequency of occurrence on the y-axis. So for instance, $100,000 salary, about this much, was occurred 13,000 times. So 13,000 people has that much salary. 14,000 people has zero salary. So that's how it's portraying the information by plotting the salary on the x-axis and the frequency on the y-axis. Now I'm going to say plot them as time series. And now it came back and has given me the same 6 plots on time series now. So this X sticks are pretty crowded now, and this is why in the coding project I showed you how to update the X sticks. So I can essentially ask ChatGPT to update the X sticks to yearly values only to avoid this visualization error. But from the looks of it, the graph looks fine. We can see the time series of base pay, and we know that it went all the way up to 2013 was the highest point, and in 2014 it actually went down again. So now these plots are also plotted for us. The last thing I want to do is find the top 5 job titles by base pay for 2014 and plot their time series. So essentially I'm trying to do the exact same thing we did in the previous coding project with the San Francisco salaries data set, and I'm doing this in a one prompt right now, and it will plot the graphs for me accordingly. And now we have the graph that we plotted before in the previous project as well. It looks pretty similar. The data point for administrator starts from 2013. Police officer, fire department, and public transport department chiefs have a higher salary than the mayor. So now let's start exploring the data set that we will be working with in this project. So this is an e-commerce purchases data set that I got from Kaggle. I have provided the link in the resources for this lecture. And what does this data set contains? So it essentially contains a list of attributes assigned to a specific purchase from an e-commerce store. For instance, it tells you the address, the lot, whether the purchase was made in AM or PM, which browser info, which browser was used, the company, the credit card, expiry date of the credit card, security code, email, job, IP address, language, purchase price, and so on and so forth. So now I'm going to download this data set, which will be downloaded in a .text file or .doc file, and I'm going to start playing around with it in Google Colab by writing the code through ChatGPT. So now I've downloaded the data set and I've stored it in a specific location on my PC, and as you see, the file type is document. So now the next step would be that I would go to ChatGPT and I would ask it, how do I upload this file into Google Colab? So I'm going to say, you are an expert in writing Python code with Google Colab. So I defined an identity here. Now I'm going to say the task is to do some data analysis on a e-commerce purchases data set. So this is the task, and now I'm going to say, as a first step, write me the code that will allow me to upload this doc file into Google Colab. So this is the first step that we're trying to do, which is essentially uploading the data into Google Colab so that we can start coding on it and doing our data analysis. So to upload a file, you need to make sure you have a Google Notebook environment, which we do, and use the following code to make that happen. So now it wrote the code for me. It said make sure you have a Google Colab network notebook environment ready, and that make sure use the following code to upload your .doc file. So because I said it's a document, that's why it's a doc. So that's why it's saying, okay, it's a .doc file. Now it wrote the code. What is basically the code doing? It's saying from Google Colab library import files, which is a specific function. And then it says files.upload is equal to uploaded. So that means this will be the file that will be uploaded. And then it will print user uploaded file name, whatever the file name, with length of this. Okay. So now I'm going to copy this code. I'm going to go to Google Colab, and I'm going to write the code here and press the play button. Now it's asking me to choose the files. So I open it here, and then here's my e-commerce purchases document that I want to work with. So now you see the percentage is working on, and it's uploading the data set. Once the data set is uploaded, I'm going to give this successful message from Google Colab to ChatGPT so that it knows that, okay, the data set has been uploaded. This is the message I received from Google Colab after uploading it. Now let's create a data frame for this data set. Okay, so now I'm saying, okay, this is the message I received. So the data has been uploaded, and now we need to create a data frame out of it. So think of a data frame as a basic Excel sheet where you have all the data now, and then you can start performing different actions on it. So essentially that's what I'm asking it to do here by saying, okay, now let's create a data frame for this data set. So if the file you uploaded is a doc file, then it's not directly readable into a pandas data frame. However, if it's a CSV or XLS or any other tabular file type, then you can easily read it into pandas data frame. Now let's assume for a moment that your file is a CSV. You can read it into a pandas data frame as follows. You can upload it this way. I can try this, but it won't work because my file type is different. So I'm going to add another line for code here, and then if I type this, it read the data. So because it's a .text file, it was able to read it and understand how to process it. Okay, so here I can label it reading data frame. So this is my data set, and these are all the columns in it. So what it's showing me, it's showing me the header, the first 10 rows of each column. So that's what df.head does. If I do df, it's going to show me the entire data set. And now you see there are 10,000 rows and 14 columns. It's showing me the entire data set by showing the first 5 rows and the last 5 rows. These 3 dots in the middle mean that there are a lot of rows in the middle. And now if I do df.head, it's going to show me only the top 5 rows of the data set. If I do df.tail, it's going to show me the last 5 rows of the data set, and that's what tail means. What else I can do here is that I can write df10. So now it's going to show me the top 10 rows of the data set. And now if I do 10 here, it's going to show me the last 10 rows of the data set. Please note that the numbering in Python starts from 0. So that's why when I say show me 10 rows, the last number is 9 because it starts from a 0. In the next lecture, we're going to start performing further analysis on this data set that we're working with. The next thing I want to do is I want to find an email of the person, which is point number 8, with the following IP address. So now we are trying to extract a specific data point from the data set with 10,000 rows and 14 columns. What I'm saying is that there is a column called IP address. If the column IP address is equal to the specific value, tell me the corresponding email of that person. So now let's copy this, go back to ChatGPT, and this is my prompt. And I want to mention the columns that we're working with. So I will go back up, and this is the IP address column based on the column. So now let's see what ChatGPT says. To find the email of the person with a specific IP address, you can use a Boolean indexing in pandas. So what does Boolean indexing mean? So Boolean means true and false, something that can hold only a positive or a negative value of 1 or 0. So in the case of true, it's going to be 1. In case of false, it's going to be 0. So now what it's saying is I'm going to go through the df of IP address. So that means all the columns in the all the rows in the column IP address, and then I'm going to see where does it match this value, and where it matches I'm going to say it's equal to. Equal to means true or false answer. So if IP address is equal to this, give me true or else false. That's what this function does here. So this way it filters the df and filters out all the values where IP address is equal to the specific value of true. Once you have that, now it looks up the filter df because it has only this IP address and finds the corresponding email from the email column. And then it prints out the answer saying the email of the person with the IP address is this, and email here because that's the variable that we use to store the email address. So first we figure out all the IP addresses where this is equal to true. Once we do that, we find the corresponding emails of those people, and then we print the email as an output. So I'm going to copy this function, very simple and straightforward. I will paste it here, and now you see the email of the person is amymiller@morales-harrison.com. The next thing I want to see is how many people have French as their language. So let's go and see what are the languages in our data set. So there must be a column here that talks about languages. Language. So now we're using this column to figure out how many people have the language as French, which should be denoted by FR. Now I'm not going to tell it about the variable because I think language is the name of the column that we're referring to, and GPT is smart enough to understand that. To count the number of people who have said their language is French, FR, you can use the Boolean indexing in combination with some functions in pandas. Here's how you can determine the count. So let's count the number of French people. So number of French people will equal to whenever df language, so whenever the column of language in the data frame is equal to FR, sum them up. And that sum count is your number of people who speak French. So essentially it's going through the column of language and then checking each row and starting and deciding whether it has FR in it or not. So if it has FR in it, it marks it as 1. If it doesn't, it marks it as 0. And in the end, when it has gone through all the 10,000 rows, it sums them up wherever the value is 1. So that tells you, okay, this is the total number of people who can speak French in my data set. So let's copy this. I paste it here. And if I run this, it's going to say 1097 people who have FR as their language. Now what happens if I change this to FR? Just change it to a capitalized form. What will it do? Now it says 0. So keep this in mind. This is case sensitive. And you need to understand based on your data set, which one would you be looking for, or do we need to look for both? What if I want to check both FR in capital and in small characters? And that brings us to the next one, where we're trying to figure out the job title contains engineer or engineer. So see, I've written engineer twice here, one with capital E and one with small e. So let's try this in GPT and see how would it change the code versus our French answer. And just to give you an idea, job title is a column here as well in the data set called job. So this is the column we're referring to now. So now you see it slightly modified the code. It's saying if the df in the column job, if it contains engineer, then count, otherwise don't. Okay, so if the job column contains engineer, it's going to be 1, otherwise 0. And it added 2 more conditions. It says case is equal to false, which means it doesn't matter whether I type E or E. Case is equal to false means it's going to pick up both. But if I set case is equal to true here, what it will do is it will only pick the case where E is small, because that's the one we're referring to here, right? So that's the change it did. And NA is equal to false. It just added that, okay, if the value is NA, then just keep it as false. Don't count it as a true positive. And then it prints out, similar to the previous case, there are there are engineer underscore count, which is this variable, which will be a number, people with the job title containing engineer or engineer. So let's copy this code and run this here to see what answer do we get. There are 984 people with a job title containing engineer or engineer. So in this way, we were able to figure out how we can run the same command without taking into account whether it's capitalized or not by adding case is equal to false in our Python code. And GPT was smart enough to do that for us. In this lecture, I'm going to try to do three different things. First, we're going to figure out how many rows and columns are there in our data set. We know that it's going to be around 10,000 rows and around 14 columns from what we got before. And then we're going to try and figure out what is the highest and lowest purchase price and the average price in our data set based on the price column. So let's start with the first one. Let's try and figure out how many rows are there in our data set and columns. So now it's going to use something along the lines of df.shape or df.size function to figure out the rows and columns in the data set. So it's using the dot shape. So now the function output would be df.shape, and that will tell you what we're looking for. So if I copy this and I paste it here, my answer is 10,000 rows and 14 columns. And I can verify this by going back up. I know these are the 14 columns. I know 999, it starts with 0. So that means there are 10,000 rows. The next thing I want to do is I want to calculate the highest and the lowest purchase price based on the price column. So now if I go back here and I'm going to say highest and lowest purchase prices, and I will also provide it the column that I'm referring to, which is purchase price based on the purchase price column. So now I've said that, okay, this is the column that I want you to find the maximum and the lowest and the minimum value from. So let's play it, and now it's going to use probably the max and min function to get the lowest and the highest values. So now it's saying df on this specific column, which is purchase price. This is the column it's going into. So in the square brackets, it goes into the purchase price column in our data frame called df, and then it finds its dot max dot min. So I can copy the code, go back to Colab, and if I run this, it tells me that my highest price is 99.99 and my lowest price is 0. Now let's do the same thing for the average price. And now I can just type in average price, and GPT is smart enough, specifically GPT-4, to understand that, okay, I'm referring to the same column, same thing, just a different variable now, matrix now. So now it says, let's use dot mean function to get the price. Keep in mind, I don't need all of this code to run it. I can just use this part as well to get the value. If I want to store the price, then I can use all of this, because then the average price will be stored in a variable called average price. And if I want to print this, then I can type this as well. So here I'm just going to use this to get a value. Now if I run this function, it's not going to give me a value because it ran a function called average price and it stored the value of the average price in this variable called average price. So if I select this and I run this again, this will give me the value that I'm looking for, 50.374. I can do the same thing for this variable highest underscore price, because it goes into the df, into the column purchase price, and then finds the max value of it. So if I run this, my answer should be 99.99, which is correct. And now that we have uploaded the data set and we have the data stored in our Python as a variable called df, I'm going to start performing some more exploratory data analysis on it. And for that, I have prepared a list of questions specifically for this data set that can help us further work through our exploratory data analysis. So we displayed the top 10 rows of the data set. We displayed the bottom 10 rows of the data set. We used df.head and df.tail for those functions. The next thing I want to do is check data type of each column. So I can just literally copy this and paste this into GPT, and it will give me the code that I need to run to understand the data type of each column. And what do you mean by data types? I'll explain you in a bit. So instead of copying, so now it's giving me an example of how it would look like and what each one would mean. So now I don't need the print command essentially, although I can use it. I can just write the variable this way.
So what it's doing is it's calling the data frame, which is called df, which is all the data that we have stored here, and it's running a function on it called dtypes. What dtypes does is it tells you the data type of each column. So these are all the columns in the data set: address, slot, AM, PM, browser info. And now if you see the type of each column, there are three different options here. Either it's object, or it's int64, or it's float. Now to keep it very simple and basic, anytime there is text in the data, it will be stored as an object. So every column which has a text value will be stored as an object. If a column has only integers, that means no decimal values, then it will be stored as int64, which is the credit card number, because it cannot have a decimal value in it. On the other hand, if there is a decimal value possibility in the column, which is possible for price, for instance, the price could be 4.99, then the data will be stored as a float. So that's the difference between int and float, decimal and not decimal, and object will be everything except text. So now, just to keep GPT up to date of what we have done so far, I'm going to paste this output into GPT so that it knows exactly what output we're getting from the code. This is very important, guys, because then GPT knows exactly what you're working with. For instance, if this was a float instead of an integer, then we need to tell GPT that, so that when we do our further analysis, it's able to pick that up and work accordingly from there. The next thing I want to do is to check for null values in the data set. And what does that mean? So it essentially means that I want to make sure that there are no rows in the data set which has error values or which has empty values. And why is that important? Because let's say we have 10,000 rows and 5,000 of them are empty rows. Then that data holds no significance. There will be a lot of zeros in the data set, which makes no sense for us. So it's a good practice to make sure that there are no null values in the data set when you're starting working with a new data set. So now what it does, it says to check for null values in the pandas data frame. And if you read this, it's giving you two different ways of doing that. The first one is it's saying that, okay, here's how you can check for null values in the data frame. So first it uses the function isNull. So if a value is null, this is going to return a true. If the value is not null, it's going to return a false. So it's going to go through each and every cell in the data set and decide whether it's a null value or not. And then it's going to sum up all the null values by adding them up, just like we have a sum function in Excel. So sum if the null value is true. So let's copy this and let's paste this here to see if we have any null values in the data set. I press shift enter to run the function, and now it says that, okay, for each column the number of null values are defined here, and because we have 0 null values, we don't need to worry about anything else. The data is clean. The other way it tried to do this was, it said if you'd like to get a quick overview of whether there are any null values at all in the data frame, you can use this. So now it says df dot is null. So df is our data frame, is null is the function it's using, and it says any. So what it does is it's saying, are there any null values in the data set? Does the data frame has any null values? And has null is the variable which is the answer to that, which it's getting through this. Now I'm giving you a brief understanding of what this syntax means. But to know exactly, I don't think it's required anymore, because GPT is well versed in understanding how to write the code. So if you have a theoretical understanding of what needs to be done, you don't need to equip yourself with understanding why .any is written twice instead of one. So now, just to show it around, I can run this part of the data of the code as well to see what GPT says. The data frame has any null values? False. So now the answer is false, which means there are no null values, and we can further validate it on a column level by seeing here that, okay, the number of columns with null values are 0. Now let's try and derive some more interesting facts from the data. So now there is a column in the data set that tells us whether the purchases were made in AM or PM. So we're going to try and figure out how many people purchased during the AM and how many purchased in the PM. So essentially we're going to sum up the number of purchases by the time of the purchase, essentially whether it was done in AM or in PM. So I will go back to my data set, and this is the command I'm going to run. Just to give you a quick look, there is a column here that says AM or PM, and this is the column we are relying on. So I would say using the column AM or PM, just to make it super clear for GPT to know exactly what needs to be done here. And now I'm expecting it's going to make a count and then sum it up and tell us how many are from AM and PM. And that's what it did. It went through the DF and then the column AM or PM, and it counts the values, and then it counts them where AM is equal to, it counts AM separately and then PM separately. And how does it do that? It takes the column, it goes through the column, and then it goes through each cell, and if it says AM, it counts as 1 and stores it here. And end of the day, it has stored all the AM purchases here and all the PM purchases here. And in the end, what it does is it prints the AM purchases and the PM purchases. So let's copy this, run this in Google Colab, and now 4932 purchases during the AM and 5068 purchases during the PM. So between daytime and nighttime, we have almost a 50-50% mix of the purchases. It's not like more people are buying at night, because these type of insights can help us further understand when should I be posting on social media, or when should I be running my sales, or when should I send a discount email. If 90% of the purchases were at night, then probably I should be doing all those stuff at the night time. But here it's a 50-50 mix, so it doesn't really matter for us. The next thing I want to see is how many people have a credit card that expires in 2020, because these are the customers whose credit cards will expire, and I might not be able to sell them something unless they update their credit card information. So this would be a good exercise to do every year to see, okay, how many credit cards are expiring, and then you can email those customers and tell them that, okay, can you please update your credit card information. So now it says to determine how many people have a credit card that expires in 2020, you can filter based on the CC expiry date column. So this is a specific column. GPT was smart enough to understand which column to use for this specific exercise. If the expiration date is represented in this format, you can look for entries ending with /t. Now it's making an assumption. So we need to make sure that the assumption is right, because it doesn't know what the data looks like in this column. It's saying if the data is in this format, then we can do it this way. So let's first go back and figure out if the data is actually in this format or not. So we are looking for the expiry date column, and yes, the data is in this format. So I can just copy this and give this to GPT. Actually, GPT has it right. Data is in this format specifically as well. This is the month, and then there is a slash and then the year. So the format is right. So the code that GPT gave me will work. Let's say if it was in a different format, let's say the format was this, I could have just told GPT that this is the format that the data is stored in, and it would have updated the code for us. No manual intervention is required in changing the code by ourselves. We just need to explain ChatGPT what needs to be written. Keep that in mind. I'm not writing the code by myself. I'm just explaining GPT what needs to be done. So now let's go back and run this and see how many credit cards are expiring. So what it does, it goes through the CC expiry date column, and if the string ends with 20, because we said all the credit cards expiring in 2020. So if the year value ends with 2020, it's going to mark that as a true and then sum up all the true values and then give us the answer that we're looking for. So approximately 1,000 people will have their credit card expired in 2020 based on this. So these are the people I need to email and get their credit cards updated. Now let's figure out what are the 5 most popular email providers. And probably what this is going to do is going to rely on the email address column, which is this one, and it's going to write some code that looks at whatever is after the @ to figure out who are the service providers for these emails. So let's see how ChatGPT does this. To determine the top 5 most popular email providers, you can split the email address on the @ symbol. So it uses the @ symbol to divide the email address value into 2 values, the before the @ and after the @. And then it counts the number of times the after the @ value appears. So let's say it's @gmail.com. It's going to, so let's say it's saad@gmail.com. It's going to divide the word into 2 of Saad separately and gmail.com separately, and then it takes gmail.com and then counts the number of times gmail.com occurs in the column email, and it does that for each and every email address that is in the column, and then it sums them up and ranks them and gives us the top 5. So here first it breaks them, then it identifies the count for each one, such as gmail.com appears this many times, and then it sorts them
from highest to lowest and shows us head.5. If you remember, dot head shows me the top rows, and if I enter 5 in the middle of it, it means it's going to show me the top 5 rows. So that's what it's doing, and this is our final variable, top underscore 5 underscore providers, which tells us the 5 most popular email addresses in our data set. So Hotmail is the most popular one, Yahoo second, Gmail third, more or less the same for all three of them, and then there are a few smaller ones here. Now, how many people have a MasterCard as their credit card provider and purchase above 50? So now we're doing two things at the same time. We are first checking that, okay, the purchase was from a MasterCard. So that's the first thing. It goes to the provider column and then make sure that the purchase column is MasterCard. And then it goes through the price column to figure out what was the value of the price, and if it was above 50, it's going to mark it as true. So now it's checking for two conditions. First condition is that the provider is MasterCard, and the second condition is that the price is greater than $50. So let's run this. So first it's going to filter out. So now it's adding a condition here. So it's saying that the column CC provider should be equal to MasterCard, and the purchase price column should be greater than 50. And if both the things are true, then store the data as true, and then it counts all of them. So let's copy this, play this. There are 405 people who have MasterCard as their credit card provider and made a purchase above $50. So a very powerful technique of extracting data using a conditional, any condition that you want. And lastly, just for practice, I can say find the email of the person with the following credit card. Sorry, I wrote it here instead of in ChatGPT. So again, it goes through the credit card column, sees that it matches this value, and then it finds the corresponding email of that credit card person and prints it out. So if I run this, the name of the email of that person which holds this credit card is bberry@trite.net. So welcome to this first project with ChatGPT Code Interpreter, and basically essentially in the next 5 minutes I just want to show you the power of ChatGPT Code Interpreter when it comes to coding. So working with the same data set of e-commerce data that we got from Kaggle and the same question that we want to answer, there is a way faster way of doing that, and we don't even need Google Colab now if we have ChatGPT Code Interpreter, because Code Interpreter has has Python built into it. So now I'm going to try and show you in the next few minutes how I could have done this a lot faster by just using ChatGPT Code Interpreter without using Google Colab or any other Python tool. And how would I go about doing that? First, I'll go to ChatGPT and go to Code Interpreter. Please remember, this is a plugin that is only available for Plus members, so you need to be a Plus member to be able to buy it. Now, as soon as I open the code interpreter, this plus sign pops up, and now I can upload a file. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload my e-commerce purchase dataset here. And I'm going to ask it to do the following analysis on the dataset, which we already did in the last section. So without leaving ChatGPT, GUI interface, everything will be done here. So now it says by saying, let's start by loading the dataset and answering the questions one by one. Display the top 10 rows of the dataset. Finished working, show work. So here it does exactly the same thing that it did there in Google Colab. It imported the dataset and it's saying dot head 10. It used a slightly different command to upload the data, but works the same way, and it shows us the top 10 rows of the dataset here. I can hide this and continue looking at other things. Check the last 10 rows of the dataset. It shows us the last 10 rows of the dataset here. Same thing, df.tail. So keep in mind, instead of calling it df, it's the name of the dataset that GPT Code Interpreter is using is called e-commerce underscore data. So every time we see e-commerce underscore data, it's the same thing as df.head in our previous project. Check the data type of each column. It did here, and it told us, okay, these are string, this is integer, and then the last one is float, because price could have a decimal value. Check the null values in the data set. it came back saying, okay, the null values, there are no null values in the data set. How many rows and columns are there in the data set? 10,000 by 14. Highest and lowest price, 99.99 and 0. Average price was around 50 something. Find the email of the person. Here it wrote the code and it got me the email of the person, Amy Miller, which is the same answer we received in the previous project. How many people speak French? 1097, same answer that we got from the last one. Now the engineering part, it does the same thing. It tells you, okay, 984. So in this way, it keeps going. Now it stopped because it ran out of its computational power and I need to type continue for it to continue. But in this project, I wanted to show you how everything could be done easily directly from ChatGPT code interpreter by uploading the file and asking the same set of questions. This has completely eliminated the use of Excel from my life. Every time I'm working with some data set, I just upload directly into ChatGPT code interpreter and I tell ChatGPT in English in good logic what I wanted to do on the data, and it does this for me. So this is the most powerful part of ChatGPT according to me, and as a finance and business and data consultant, this had a huge impact on my day-to-day job role. So keep this in mind, a very powerful tool. Of course, it's only available to the premium members, but I wanted to show you that if you have the ChatGPT premium, then this could be a life-changing productivity tool for you if you work a lot with Excel and data analysis jobs. So now it has gone through all the 15 questions and I have tallied the answers. They're all the same versus the previous project. So I know for a fact that, okay, now my data analysis project and my ChatGPT code interpreter project is right because I've matched the answers from the two. If I want, I can get the output in a CSV format or an Excel format as well. Can you give me the output of question 10 to 15 in a Excel file? And now it's going to create an output file for us by running again a script. Let's see what it's doing. So now it's saying that this is the data that I want to store from question 10 to 15. So these are the questions, these are the answers, and now it's going to convert it into a pandas data frame and then save it in an Excel file. And that's what it did. It saved it in an Excel file and I can download the file from here. So I opened the file that ChatGPT gave me as an output of the previous prompt here by clicking the download file, and I opened it in Google Sheets. And now you see from question 10 to 15, it wrote down the questions in column A and the answer for those questions in column B. 984 engineers, AM versus PM, number of credit cards that expire in 2020, popular emails, MasterCard with purchase above 50, and then lastly the email of this credit card owner. So very powerful technique of working with data. If you can afford the premium membership and you work a lot with data analysis, highly recommended that you get this tool. It would significantly improve your productivity. Now in this last lecture, I want to show you that a lot of this could have been done really fast with ChatGPT. So what I essentially did was I ran these commands or these questions in ChatGPT one by one. And based on the code it provided, I copied the code in Google Colab. But instead of doing it one by one, I could have done all of it together too. And ChatGPT would have written the entire code for me. So let's try and do that, because now we understand what the code is, the outcome of it, and what are we trying to do. Please write me write me, because we're in the same chat, I don't need to mention Google Colab. Write me the code that will do all of the following, and let's press enter and see how ChatGPT does this for me. So now it's going from the beginning and it's writing each and every step for us. So df.head, df.tail, then it goes through the data types, then it goes through the nulls, and then it gets the df shape, which is the number of rows and columns, the highest price, the lowest price, the average price, the email of the person with a specific IP address, the number of people who speak French, job title contains engineer or engineer, how many people purchased during AM versus PM, how many people have a credit card that expires in 2020, the most popular 5 emails, people who have MasterCard and made a purchase price of above 50, and the email of the person with a specific credit card. So now what I'll do is I'll go back to Colab. I will go back to the top. Let me save this sheet in a specific name, e-commerce purchases. So if you want to name your tab, you can name it here. And now I'm going to create a new notebook. And I will first take this code from the top, which essentially allows me to upload a file into Google Colab. I will paste the code here, run it, and it should ask me to upload a file now. I will pick the same file that we chose last time. And once the file is uploaded, I'm just going to copy this entire code in one block and run it from there. So it says 100%, that means our data has been loaded, and now I've copied the entire code and I press Shift plus Enter, and now it's giving me an error saying DF not found. Why did I receive this error? Because I skipped a step. The second step was to import pandas as PD. So I need to go back and add this step as well before I run the code. So now I can say click here and press code. It will add a cell below it, and if I run this should work. No such file or directory, e-commerce purchases. Okay, so the file name is e-commerce purchases. There shouldn't be a one here. Okay, so it got the file name wrong, so I just changed the file name to the right one, which was e-commerce purchases here. So I made the same name here in the pd.read_csv function, and now it has uploaded the dataset. Once the dataset is uploaded, this function should now work, and now I have the data that I am looking for, everything that was asked from ChatGPT. It starts with df.head, df.tail, and then it goes into telling me about the columns and which with the data types. Then it checks for the null values, the number of rows and columns in the data set, highest price, lowest price, average price, email for the specific IP, the people who speak French, engineer, AM, PM, expiry date, top 5 emails, and lastly the MasterCard that made more than about $50 purchase, and the email of the person with the specific credit card. So you see how powerful ChatGPT can be when it comes to coding and doing data analysis, because essentially now every time I have a new data set, all I need to do is upload the data, change the name of the file, and then run this command, and all the analysis will be done for me. And if I want, I can output this into a CSV by asking ChatGPT, can you please write me a code that allows me to output this into a CSV file. So that was it for this data analysis project, and I'll see you in the next project. So in this lecture, we're going to build a word and character count application in Google Colab and Python using the code from ChatGPT. And essentially, it's going to be something like this, where there will be a text box. I can write something in the text box, such as my name is Saad. This is 4 words. So when I click the button count words, the updated value here says 4 words. Now I'm back in ChatGPT and I'm going to give it this prompt. I want to create a word count app in Google Colab. Help me understand the steps. So note that I'm not asking it to write the code for me yet, but rather help me understand the steps in achieving what I'm trying to achieve. So it said open Google Colab, create a new notebook, add a description if you want, and then start coding. And then in the coding part, it says the first step will be that we will take an input from the user as an input cell. So input, enter your text here. So essentially it's asking me to write my name is Saad here. Function to count words. Now you can create a function to count the number of words in a given string, because this is now stored as a string, whatever input we provided. How does it count words? First, it splits the text based on wherever there is space. So for example, if I type my name is Saad, now there are 4 spaces here. This is a space, this is a space, and this is a space. So it identifies everywhere there is a space, and for example, it removes it and puts a comma instead of it. And now essentially, instead of having a sentence, it has 4 comma separated words. So this is what the split part does. Once it has done that, now it returns the number of words, because now it's using the length function
to count the length of words. So now there are 1, 2, 3, 4 words. So essentially the answer becomes equals to 4. So once this function is done, the answer of the word count is stored as 4, and then finally it uploads the answer in the output and shows it through a print command. Now what we wrote here, what we saw here was slightly different because it was using a text box for the input instead of a message from the user within the code. So to guide ChatGPT in the right direction, I'm going to say use the IP widgets library to create a text area. Use the to create a text area for user input. So now it says, yes, we can certainly do that. It understood the task. So remember this, ChatGPT might not give you the most optimized answer, but you will have to do your own research and figure out what is the best way to build a project. And then once you have an outline basic idea, you can use GPT and stir it in the right direction as you wish. So now it installs the libraries, it imports the libraries. This is the function we have seen before when we were working with Yahoo Finance as well. Now create the text area widget. So using this specific function, it will create a text area widget. Now display text area, simply use the display function to display the area. Access user input. After a user types into the text area, you can access the input with the dot value. So whatever user types here, you can access it using the dot value. Create a button to trigger action. If you want to perform an action like counting words, only after a user has finished typing, you can create a button to trigger the action. So now it says, okay, let's create a button and count words, and then on the button click. So every time the button is clicked, it will take the text area value, split it, and then count the length of the words, which will give you the word count, which is the output. And this is displayed here. So now let's copy this code and run this. So first it will import the libraries, then it will create the text area. So actually I can just keep writing in the same one and then display the text area. So I copied all the code from ChatGPT, and if I run it, it's going to ask me for the text area because now we're using the IP widgets library to create this text area for us. And now if I write the same answer, my name is Saad, and click on count words, it's going to give me an answer of 4, which is essentially right. Something interesting would be if I add an extra word here, the count will increase. What if I make it in the next line? It still picks it up as 5. Nice. Now, in the next lecture, let's try and add a character count as well in the same function. So the app that we have created so far has one feature, which is essentially the word count of the text that we provide. How about we add a couple of more features? So what I'm going to ask ChatGPT to do is to write me code that will get me not just the word count, but also the character count, as well as the unique word count and the unique character count. So now we'll have, instead of 1, it's going to give me 4 values for every time I press the button. Let's enhance the feature set of the app and also add the following matrix in the final out, and then the matrix are character count, unique word count. So here's what GPT is saying we should do. First it says import the libraries, then create the text widget area. These two are exactly the same as before. And now on the on button click, it changed the features that we're adding now. So first of all, in the previous one, we were only doing this and then calculating the length of this. So it changed the function, and now we're getting the character count, unique character count, word list, and unique word list when we press the button. To further understand what these metric calculations refer to and what these codes are, I asked GPT to further explain me this, and basically the len function is used to get the count of the text. So if I do it on any text, it will count the number of characters. Set, adding set between text and len. So essentially putting set before the text allows the Python to get a unique count first, and then you can take the length of it to get the overall count. Same thing with word list. It first splits it, and that's your count, and then it counts the unique number by using the set function again. So now if I run this, it will give me four features instead of one. So now I can go back and say my name is Saad, and if I calculate the matrix, it's giving me three new values. Character count is 15, unique character count is 10, and unique word count is 4. So because count of words was already included in the previous one, it did not include it again. I can go back to ChatGPT and I ask it to include the word count as well in my final code. In this project, we're going to build a very simple hangman game in Google Colab. So how does the hangman work? You're giving an unknown word, such as this, as a blank, and then you have 6 attempts to guess the characters which are present in this word. If you're able to guess them in 6 attempts, you win. But if it takes you 6 attempts and you're unable to guess what the word is, you lose the game. So, and here is a box which says guess a letter or the whole word. So now I can try any letter that I think will be in the word. So let's start and play the game. Let's try with A. So A is already in there. Let's try with J. J is not. E. E is also in there. Let's try P. No luck. S. Let's try another vowel. Okay, so I, E. Let's see. What if I go with H? Is there a sh or ch in there? Okay. How about machine? Okay, it's a machine. Okay, I guess the word right. So that's what the game is. If I wasn't able to guess it in enough attempts, I would have failed it. In the next lecture, we're going to understand what are the steps required to build this game, actually code the game, and then try and understand what code ChatGPT wrote for us. So in this next project, we're going to try and create a hangman game in Google Colab using the code from ChatGPT 4. So I'm going to start by saying you are an expert programmer in Python. I want you to write me code and step-by-step explanation of the code that I can run in Google Colab to play the Hangman game. And let's see what it says. So it says there are 4 essential steps that we need to go through in building the game. First, we need to pick a word list, a list of words from which the computer can randomly choose a word for the player to guess. This could be any word, and this is the word that we're going to try and guess. Display. A display for the player to see the letters they have guessed and how many guesses they have remaining. So because we're guessing the word by providing a character as input, we need to have a display where we can see what is happening with the word character that we have chosen. The guess mechanism allows the player to guess a letter or the word for a certain number of times. And then finally, game logic, checking if the letter exists in the word, updating the display, and ending the game if the player has guessed the word or has run out of tries. So this is the logic of how the game will work. And now let's see the code. Let's code each component. So the first thing it does is it picks a number of words, and these are the words that it will provide to the user to fill in the blanks format. So define choose a word, return a random word from the chosen list here. Okay. The second thing is display the word and guessed letters. So these are the 2 variables of this function, and initially the displayed word is empty. For letter and words, if letter and guessed letters, display word. So now it says that okay, if the guessed letter is the input from the user, if it's in the word, then display it. If it is not, then don't display it and display a dash. Next is the guess mechanism. So get a guess input, and this will be the input that the guess will provide. Play hangman. So first you choose a word, you guess a letter, and you get 6 attempts.
print let's play hangman. Now while attempts are greater than 0, because we're going to lose one attempt every time we make a guess, it's going to tell us how many attempts we have left, and then it's going to do one of the three things. Either it's going to tell us that okay, we have already guessed that letter, or it's going to say that the guess is in the word, or one is not in the word. So either we guess the word right, or we have already guessed that word, or the word that we're guessing is not part of the word that we're trying to guess. So those are the three combinations. Otherwise, it just flips out and tells us congratulations if you got the entire word, and guess is not the correct word. Here's a bit of more explanation. If you want to further understand how it is being done, you can ask GPT to further explain it to you as a high school student, for instance, and it will be able to do the job for you. Now, if I run the code, here's where I need to fill up my word. You have 6 attempts left. Guess the letter of the word. So I'll start with the first vowel. A is not found. E, O. So okay, so one O is there. Let's try U, I. Okay, let's do S, T, H. The word was Python. So I lost the game, but this is how the game is played. If I had guessed it in enough, it would have shown me a different message based on the code written here. So we ended up in the scenario where sorry, you're out of attempts, which is this message, which happens if I run out of my 6 attempts, because the attempt number is less than 1 now, so it defaults to here. Now let's actually open our Jupyter notebook through the terminal, which will allow us to start coding. Now can we open Jupyter notebook? Okay, so open the terminal, activate your environment. We know, okay, so let's go and check. So our environment is already activated from the last lecture, so I don't need to run this command again. Now to open the Jupyter notebook, this is what I need to do. Copy, I come here and I paste Jupyter notebook, and it would take a few minutes, and then Jupyter notebook will open in a new browser tab. And this is what Jupyter notebook essentially is. So let's now start working in a Python code and start working on the Jupyter notebook. Jupyter, this worked. How do I open a new Python notebook in Jupyter? Great to hear that. Open Jupyter notebook, click on the new button on the right hand of the screen, select Python 3. Okay, this will open a new notebook with an empty code cell. You can start typing the Python code and press Shift Enter. Okay, you can add new cells by pressing plus. Okay, so now it's saying go to the right top, click on new and click on Python 3. This will open a new instance of the notebook. Okay, now we have the notebook ready. I'm just going to add a few more cells here. Let's run a basic command of adding 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Okay, so now I copy this and I can paste this in the notebook. And then how do I run it? It says press Shift plus Enter. So as long as this is black, this means that it's loading. When this changes the color to white, that means the Python program has stopped loading. So it took a minute because I was working on a new notebook, and now it has given you the answer of 10, and you see the color change from black to a white empty spot, and that means that the function has completed loading, and we have the first line of code, which is a sum of 1 plus 2 plus 3. Now before we continue with this and start coding, I want to show you how to close the terminal and delete different environments if you want, which would be important in case you want to set up a new environment, or you want to work on a different project in a different environment, or just if you want to close the terminal. It doesn't take a lot of server space, but it's a good practice and standard practice to have in mind. So that's what we're going to cover in the next lecture. Okay, now that we have successfully installed Anaconda, we need to learn how to access it. What step 6 is telling me after completion of the installation is you can now launch Anaconda Navigator, which is a graphical user interface that allows you to manage your Anaconda packages and applications. To do this, open the Launchpad on your Mac, go to Anaconda Navigator, then click on the Navigator. I want to slightly tweak it and access Anaconda through the terminal, because when we access through the terminal, it will provide us more flexibility in terms of creating environments and downloading the right libraries that we will be working with. So I'm going to go back and change this prompt a bit, and I'm going to say, once installation is complete, I want to know how to access Anaconda through the terminal. And let's see how the response changes. Double click on installation, follow the prompts to install. Once the installation is complete, you should have access to Anaconda. Okay, now to access the Anaconda through the terminal. To open the terminal app on your Mac, you can find it in the applications here. Type the following command. Okay, once the Anaconda is done, okay. Now let's ask GPT what terminal is first. So we get a basic understanding of what are we playing around with. What is terminal and how do I open it on my Mac? So terminal is a program on a Mac that provides a command line interface. So basically we can type in a command and send an instruction directly from the terminal, just like the command terminal in Windows, if you're familiar with that. How do we start it? We go to Launchpad, then terminal, and we open it. Alternatively, you can go to applications, utilities, and then start it. One more way of doing it is you can use command plus spacebar, and this opens the spotlight search in your Mac. If you're not aware of it, it's command plus spacebar. Okay, so here I'm in the terminal. I go to the spotlight search and I type terminal and the first one shows up. Now this opens up my terminal for me. Okay, now what is the next thing that we want to do? We want to run Anaconda in here. I have the terminal open. Can you please tell me how to check if Anaconda is installed on my Mac? Excuse my spellings, GPT is smart enough to understand them, so I usually make a lot of spelling errors and I ignore them. Okay, so it says open the terminal app on your Mac, type the following command. Conda version. This command will display the version of the Conda, the package manager that comes with Anaconda, if it is installed on your system. If you see an error message that says Conda command not found, it means that Anaconda is not installed. So now I came to my terminal and I ran this command conda dash space dash dash version, and it told me that my conda version is 23.1. The next thing I want to do is I want to ask GPT to help me update my current conda version. Now can we update the conda version to the latest one, please? Okay, conda update conda. So I go here. Actually, what it says, sure, you can use this command. This will update the Conda package manager to the latest version available in the Anaconda repository. Once the update is complete, you can verify that you have the latest version by typing Conda version. Okay, so right now we have version 23.1. Let's run Conda update Conda and let's see what does this command do. So now see, it's retrieving notices, working, done. So it went through a couple of different things that we don't need to really worry about. This is where I sent my conda update conda command. It went through all these things. Here are all the things that it's updating, and then in the end it asks me to do y for yes and N for no. So I'm going to type Y and enter, and now it's going to start downloading and extracting packages. So now the execution transaction is done. So the next thing I want to do is check my Anaconda version now. So I copied this. So I copied Conda version, and here I'll paste it, and let's see what this gives us now. 23.3.1, and if I go up and see, here it was 23.1.0. It installed a later version, or the latest one, which was 3.1 this time. What do we want to do next? Next, we want to understand what are environments in Python and how can we use them for our own purposes. So this is the command I'm going to give ChatGPT next. Okay, now explain in a concise manner what are environments. This is what we're trying to understand now. What are environments in Anaconda, and how do I create a new one through the terminal? The new environment I am creating, I want to call it Python data analysis. Actually, it won't accept capitalized, so let me keep everything small and add. So this is a general Python convention. Everywhere you want to add a space, add an underscore instead, because spaces makes it very difficult for Python to understand what we're doing, and it might cause errors later. So I would suggest you start following the conventions from the beginning. Okay, in Anaconda, an environment is self-contained directory that contains a specific version of Python along with a collection of packages and dependencies. So the way I want you to think about packages is such that, think of it logging into your PC, and then there are different users. Each user can install different softwares, and admin can allow all users to have access to a software, or you can have softwares installed specifically for a specific user only. Environment is the exact same thing when it comes to Python. You have a specific environment, you install specific libraries and packages within that environment, so that if you create a separate environment, those packages and those libraries would not be involved there. So let's say I'm doing work in data analysis, I created a separate environment for it, and I installed all the relevant packages there. Then I want to create a web development app or something completely different. I can create a separate environment, think of it as a separate user in your computer, and install everything required there separately. So this way environments help us differentiate between different projects and works we're doing, and it's essential to understand it so that we can create environments and then install the relevant libraries for that environment specifically there. So that's a bit of a background on what environments are. So environment allow you to install and manage different sets of packages for different projects without worrying about conflicts or version compatibility issues. To create a new environment in the terminal and call it Python data analysis, you can follow the following steps. Open the terminal app on your Mac. We have it open. Type the following command and press enter. Conda create name. So basically it's saying Conda, which is our Anaconda, create meaning something new, and the name of the environment will be Python data analysis. Okay, so let's try that. Collecting package metadata, solving environment, and it will ask me to press Y. I did that, and it has created a new environment. Now that you have a new environment, something has changed. So you see, before Saad's MacBook Air, it says base environment. So right now you're in base environment. To activate this environment, activate Python data analysis, Conda Python data analysis. This, if I give this command, my environment will be activated. But let's see what GPT says first. You can now activate the environment by running the following command. I forgot to copy the C. Actually, let me just copy it again to avoid any confusions. So I will go back. I will copy from Conda to analysis and paste here. And you see, from base we went to Python data analysis. So this is the way you know that, okay, this specific package has been activated now. You will see that written here, sorry, this specific environment has been activated now. Instead of base, this is what you will see here as the first line. The command switches the active environment to Python data analysis environment. To install packages in the new environment, you can use conda install command followed by the name of the package you want to install. And this is what we will explore in the next section. Okay, now that we have downloaded Anaconda, the next thing is to install it. I will ask GPT a very simple prompt. Okay, I downloaded the software. What do I need to do next to install it on my Mac? Be precise. If you have Windows, you can switch the command to Windows. Double click on the Anaconda installer file that you downloaded, which is this file. This will open the Anaconda installer. Follow the prompts in the installer to review the license agreement. Select the destination part for the installation and choose whether you want to add Anaconda to your path, which is recommended. So when the option comes, you always add Anaconda to your path. Once you have reviewed and configured the installer settings, click install button to begin the installation process, just like any other program or game that we have ever downloaded on our PC. The installer will now start downloading and installing Anaconda software and its dependencies. This process may take several minutes depending on your internet connection and computer performance. When the installation is complete, the installer will display a message indicating that Anaconda has been installed successfully. Now you can launch the Anaconda Navigator. So let's try and follow the instructions. So this is the file I got from the Anaconda website, and I will allow it, continue, readme. It covers a couple of things. So here are all the libraries that it will install with Anaconda. So for instance, if I look for Jupyter, which is the notebook that we will be using, it should be here. So this is in alphabetical order. So Jupyter, yeah. So see Jupyter, a couple of Jupyter things are being installed. So that will allow us access to the Jupyter console to easily write our code and process it. Licensing agreement, continue, I agree. Installation type, I'm going to change my location to install. For me, actually, I'm going to install it on a specific disk. You don't have to do that. I'm doing that just because I have it installed already, so I want to change the location, but this will also provide you context to if you want to install it in a specific location. So let's say I install it here. Continue. Okay, this will take 4 GB of space on your computer, and this is where the installation will happen. It will ask me for my password, and now it's installing the software, I believe. So the installation is complete. It is now asking me to do something with Anaconda plus JetBrains. It's some data spill that they have. I'm just going to click continue, and then thank you for installing Anaconda, getting started, and now we're done. And it's asking me to move the installation program that we used to install Anaconda to bin. I will do that, and Anaconda should be in my computer now. So now we've installed Anaconda on our PC, our Mac, and the next thing we're going to do is access Anaconda through the terminal in the next lecture. So in the last lecture, we created a new Conda environment called Python data analysis, and then we activated the environment. Now what I want to do is, before I start installing packages, I want to understand how do I check what are the different environments already created on my PC. Okay, so first I'm going to tell it, now tell me how do I check all the environments. So it's building up on the same conversation we had. So it knows we're talking about terminal, and within terminal we're working with the conda. So we don't have to write the entire information again in every prompt, because ChatGPT is able to understand that we're having a follow-up conversation. Okay, so to list all the environments that are available in your Anaconda installation, you can use the following command: conda info environments. So let's try that. These are the environments I've already created. So there is one base one called user Anaconda, and then I have an environment called panda data analysis. I have one called Anaconda 3. I have one called environments pandas course and prompt engineering course. So these are the different environments that I've created while I was working in creating this course and working myself out before I actually started recording it. So that's why you see a lot of different environments which are actually performing a similar job. So now the next thing it says is the command will display a list of the environments along with their path on your system. We saw that. You can also use the shorter version of the command conda environment list, which will do the same job as this command. Now, once you have installed all the environments, you can switch between them by activating a desired environment using conda activate. So now let's go back and make sure we have this activated. So actually we have this activated already. What if I want to go to my base environment? So let's say I want to get out of this environment. So how do I get back to my base environment? Conda activate base. Okay, so that's easy. I can just go here, type conda activate base, and if I did the job right, instead of Python data analysis, I see base here. Okay, that's done. So now let's go back and activate our Python data analysis, because that's the one that we'll be working with. I just wanted to show you how different ways you can access the environment. You can look at what are the environments already out there in your PC or Mac, and you can access the environment again in this way. Now that we have done that, what is the next thing we want to do? Now we want to install different libraries that we have that we are going to use. So the first one we want to work with is the Jupyter notebook. So can you please install Jupyter notebook now? Okay, conda install Jupyter notebook. So here we go, and I'm specifically installing it in my Python data analysis environment. So now it's going to start running and installing the Jupyter notebook. Press Y. So now it has completed installation. This is the command I provided on conda install Jupyter. It ran through, asked me to approve it. Once I approved it, install Jupyter. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to install the relevant libraries that we will need for our purpose of writing code. So what are those libraries? Okay, now let's install pandas, bottleneck, num expr, matplotlib. Now you don't need to really know what these are, as we will work along the course and you will understand what they are. But to give a brief background, I want you to understand what libraries mean. So let's ask GPT, please also explain what libraries essentially mean to a non-coder. Sure. To install the libraries, first it's telling me to run this command. I copied it. The second thing it's saying is this command will install the latest version of these packages and their dependencies for this specific environment that we're working with. In programming, a library is a collection of pre-written code that can be used to perform a specific set of tasks, provide a way to reuse code, avoid reinventing the wheel, and build more complex applications with less effort. So essentially what library is that there are different types of code that we have written in Python for since Python was invented or created. Now think of it like Excel. Like if I have 10 different values and I want to sum them up. Now I can add them one by one, cell 1 plus cell 2 plus cell 3 all the way up to cell 10. The other way I can achieve that task is by using the sum function. I can say sum from cell 1 to cell 10. Now this sum is a specific built-in function that Excel provided us so that we don't have to manually add them one by one, one by one, one by one. So in the same way in Python, we have built-in codes that work by calling a library. So a library will already have functions like sum, mean, mode, median, how to extract data from an Excel file. Instead of writing hundreds of lines of code, Python developers have compiled them into 1 or 2 lines of code, and they call that set of code that they have created for specific task libraries. So for instance, when we're going to use pandas library for our course, we're specifically going to be working with data analysis, and Python has a lot of built-in pre-coded features. A very small line of code can help us achieve a huge task because of these pre-built-in library features that are there in pandas. So that's why we're downloading these libraries, and all these libraries offer different sort of features, and that's why we're downloading it. So that is just to provide a bit of a context. Now we can essentially you don't need to know all of this, because this is something you're only going to do once and install the libraries, and then once we start writing the code, this won't be that relevant. So just follow through and get these done so that we can start working on the code. But I want to give you a brief background of what we're referring to by these things. So I copied this code, I went back here, and now I'm going to install these libraries. So it ran a bunch of lines, and then it's asking me to type Y to proceed. I did that, and now it's going to start installing these libraries. So the libraries have been installed. You see the executing transaction, it says done, and it has opened a new command for me to type in. So that means installation is complete. The next thing I want to do is I want to update all these libraries to their latest version. So now can we update all libraries that we have installed so far? So now this will say conda update all. What this function will do is it will update all the libraries that have already been installed on our Mac or PC. So all the libraries have been updated. We have downloaded Jupyter, and now we can start coding. But before we do that, in the next lecture, I will show you how to delete an environment and how to move between environments, just to give you an idea in case you need it later, and then we'll start coding after that. So in this lecture, I want to show you how do you close, first of all, the Jupyter notebook that we have started. Second, how do I move from my specific environment that I'm working with to my base environment? And then how do I close the terminal? Plus, if I want to delete an environment, how do I do that as well? Just some housekeeping jobs to give you an idea of how the system works and what are the different options available, so that later on, if you're working on multiple projects, or if you want to start and close the terminal for different tasks, you have the ability to do that and you know how to do that. So the first thing I did was I said, now how do I close the Jupyter notebook of the Python that I created? It says click on the file menu at the top left hand side, and then from the drop down menu click on close and halt, and then it gives an alternate method to do that. So this is the notebook we created, and this is the answer we got for the numbers we added. Now if I go to file, there's an option called close and halt. If I click on it, then this notebook will close on its own. So it's asking me changes that you made may not be saved, so make sure you save the file if you're actually working with something. Now that I've closed it, this tab disappeared and I'm back to my basic directory of Jupyter Notebook. The next thing I want to do is I want to know, how do I close the Jupyter from the terminal? To shut down the Jupyter notebook from the terminal, you can use the following steps. Go to the terminal window where Jupyter is running. So this is this window. Here is where our Jupyter is running right now. Press Control C or Command C on a Mac. So this is wrong. It's actually Control C on Mac as well. GPT is making a mistake. Keep that in mind for Mac users. For Windows user, it's going to be Control C. You will see a message in the terminal indicating that the server is shutting down. Once the server has shut down, you can close the terminal window. Okay, so I come here and I press Control C. It asks me if I want to shut down the server. I press Y and it does the job. Now I am back to where I started with my Python data analysis environment within my computer. So the next thing I want to do is I need to move to the base environment instead of the Python data analysis environment. So if I type this command conda deactivate, it will take me back to the base environment. And how do I know that it has switched to the base environment? This part where it says Python underscore data underscore analysis will be switched to base. So see, now this part has updated to base. Now I can go and check all the environments I have if I want. So let's say I want to see what are all the environments available in my PC right now. So let's view all the environments. So again, we went through this specific command before too, just to give you a quick overview, conda environment list, and now it shows me all the environments that I have. So in this list, I should see my Python underscore data analysis as well. So this is the one. And this star means that this is the activated environment. So this is the environment we are in right now, which is the base environment. Okay. The next thing I want to show you is that, okay, how do I activate? We know how to activate it. Now let's see, how do we delete an environment? So let's say if you're done with the project and you don't need it anymore for some reason, and you want to delete all the presence of it from your PC, you can use this command. I won't actually use it because we're working on a course and I'm going to build up on the same environment for the entire course, but this is just a command to show you that how can you delete an environment if you want and create a new one. So in this way, I'm going to activate my Python data analysis again, because this is where we'll be working with for the rest of the course. And from the next lecture or the next section, we will start working on the Jupyter notebook and understanding what it is and how we can use such a powerful tool along with ChatGPT to write and test our code. So in this section, we're going to download, install, and set up our environment for running Python. And we're going to do this using the Anaconda distribution. Why are we using Anaconda distribution? Because it provides a lot of help when it comes to setting up the right environment for data science and data analysis work. It has pre-built-in templates and packages and libraries that will help us fast track the process of the setup. Plus, it has a specific type of console called Jupyter Notebook, which will make very easy for us to write code step by step and check if it is doing the right job for us or not. So that's why I've chosen Anaconda for this course, and we're going to work with Jupyter Notebook for the rest of the course. So the first thing to start with is I'm going to ask ChatGPT what Anaconda is. What is Anaconda distribution for Python? Explain to a non-programmer. Anaconda is a distribution of the Python programming language that includes a collection of commonly used libraries and tools for specific computing, data science, and machine learning. So data analysis is a subset of these things. In simple terms, Python is a programming language that can be used for a wide variety of applications, including data analysis, machine learning, scientific computing. However, using Python for these type of applications often requires the use of additional libraries and tools. Anaconda provides an easy way for users to install and manage these libraries and tools. So that's why we're using Anaconda, because essentially it's going to make our job easier by having those libraries pre-installed. Rather than spending time installing and configuring these software, Anaconda includes a package manager called Conda. We're going to work with Conda as well. That makes it easy to install and manage packages for Python. It also includes the Jupyter Notebook, which we'll be working with, a web-based interactive computing environment that allows users to create and share documents that contain live code, equations, and visualizations and narrative text. Overall, this is why we're using it. Convenient and user-friendly way to get started with Python to access a variety of powerful tools. Okay, now can you give me a link for downloading Anaconda? So although ChatGPT's data is only till mid-2021, but I believe that the link would probably not have changed since, because Anaconda download process would be similar. So there's a high chance this link would work. So it did, and it took me to this page where I can download Anaconda for free download, start coding now.